just needs it needs like the fish is done. Right there. Put my hand right there. Take that clean dish. This lettuce right here. Great service.
This is gonna serve. Oh, you guys were being quiet because, like, everyone is sleeping. Be right back.
Be right back, guys. No, that's a fish. Come on, that's a mushroom. Alright, let's go.
because it's cold.
Start watching the videos. This is don't go too fast, okay? Because you don't know. Just move slow, and then when you get here, go fast, okay? Get here fast, and then when you move across, go slow. Because if we're going at the same time, we don't want to crash into each other. Fish.
I want to do fries.
All potatoes. I'm doing the fish and potatoes, and you do only fries, okay?
Okay.
That's a fish. Got it. Potatoes. You're only doing potatoes. Listen, we can use that one. Okay, easy.
You can take all the space. Touch my fries. Oh.
Chop up that fish.
What fish?
Right at the bottom.
Will you bring me a
Yes, no question. Chop up that fish. Chop it up. That's it.
I'm washing dishes.
Let's go. Should we have to get 3 stars and on all of them?
How you do? How you do? Kevin.
Oh,
cheese, tomato, possibly some pepperoni or chicken. So we have to chop the stuff up and then put it in the oven. That's it though.
That looks like
Pepperoni, tomatoes, cheese, mushrooms.
paper bug. That bug.
Racing time, that's why.
We
We have
wasted
time.
2 seconds.
Every second counts. For real. That's it though. No, it's 2 minutes.
True.
Some cheese, tomato, cheese, tomato, cheese. Just watch out. Watch out. You don't chop.
Okay, then what do I do?
Grab tomato, cheese, tomato, cheese. What's it going in the oven?
It's because you just put straight dough in the oven.
Oh, so are we supposed to put tomato on, not on it?
So I just hit.
Yes, just like this stuff.
Right there. Go. Like, stop.
I need more stuff.
Hurry up.
Going in.
Cause you.
What are we doing wrong? I think we might have to do it in order. Like, it has to be tomato, cheese, and then.
Okay. We'll try.
Try.
What's up, YouTube?
Where is that?
Tomato. Cheese.
Tomato, cheese.
What the heck? Take it out. It's tomato.
Put the tomatoes in at the same time.
The stuff underneath them. Second, you sell something. That's when it's. Stand up streaming. Okay, guys, so we're gonna go to now.
You're gonna go to bed now.
Oh, I'm gonna go to bed now. Good night.
Give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and we'll see you next time.
Give the video thumbs up, subscribe, and I'll stream tomorrow.
Wave to the camera. Good night. Alright guys, we're done playing Overcooked with my niece. I'm gonna play some breakers. Give me a couple of seconds. Give me a second, guys.
Piccolo is concerned though, likening the battle so far to his back home. The Goku Black Arc takes place after the events of the Universe 6 saga. In an alternate timeline, we focus on future Trunks, who's running and hiding from a mysterious being, causing destruction all over with ki blasts and explosions. He manages to escape. Alright guys, my niece went to sleep, so back to breakers. Interest in visiting planet Sadala one day, and the Universe 6 Saiyan welcomes him, adding that they won't hold back in the ring. Vados then announces the commencement of the written test, consisting of 10 questions to gauge minimal intelligence. The time limit is 10 minutes, and entrants need at least 50 points to pass. Everyone begins, and Goku receives a scolding for speaking aloud during the test. 10 minutes come and go, and Majin Buu is the only one who fails, disqualifying him from participating. Piccolo berates Buu for getting everything wrong, including his name, prompting Buu to tell the Namekian he's never done anything like this before. Vegeta panics as Universe 7's team is reduced to only 4 fighters, and Goku scolds him for coming up with this idea, stating he barely managed to pass the written test himself. Beerus criticizes the team and designates Monaka as the final fighter due to his overwhelming strength, prompting the trio to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. With that, Goku will be going first, Piccolo second, Vegeta third, and Monaka last. Goku, wishing he could watch the other matches before fighting, breezily suggests the group not blame him if he defeats the entire opposing team single-handedly. The Universe 6 and 7 Gods of Destruction tournament officially commences, and after an energetic performance by a tournament singer, the announcer brings out Botamo, a bear-like being from Universe 6, and Goku, the Saiyan from Universe 7. Goku's family and Beerus wish him good luck, and the first match begins. Botamo immediately launches in, throwing a flurry of punches at Goku, Goku, which he manages to dodge. The dodging quickly turns to blocking though, as Botamo's swift movements catch Goku off guard. The fighter lands a punch to Goku's face, sending the warrior flying back, much to Champa's satisfaction. Beerus questions Goku on what he's doing, but Goku states he ate too much and just needs to do some quick exercises to burn off the food. As the Saiyan begins running around the arena, Botamo attempts to catch him, but fails. He uses dual lasers from his ears that fail to hit Goku as well, as they collide with the ring. Goku continues to run around as Botamo attempts to catch him, but it's to no avail as the fighter tires himself out, with Goku still running around. Finally pausing and stating he's ready, an irritated Botamo rushes in, but is met with an attack that nobody was able to see. The fighter rushes in again, this time being hit further away, much to Universe 7's surprise, as they still can't sense Goku's movements. Botamo continues to charge in with no success and is knocked away once more to the edge of the ring. Goku's friends cheer him on while simultaneously Champa mentions they might have miscalculated, but Botamo has yet to reveal his true abilities. Botamo charges back in, but Goku skillfully avoids his punch. Seizing Botamo's arm, Goku pulls him in and delivers a rapid succession of punches, finishing with a swift kick. The fighter lands with a grin, making Goku realize the challenge he faces. Attempting to gain an advantage, Goku launches a Kamehameha, but Botamo flips over, landing back in the ring. Master Roshi notes that Botamo doesn't take damage or lose energy, prompting Goku to wonder what he should do. On the sidelines, Vegeta and Piccolo debate whether Goku will exhaust his stamina before he can defeat Botamo. Vegeta states in terms of power, Goku is definitely stronger, but states he has no chance of winning if he's unable to inflict damage on his opponent. Krillin asserts Goku will be fine given he hasn't even transformed yet, but Vegeta fears that Super Saiyan may not be enough to defeat this opponent. Vegeta and Piccolo note that Goku's only choice will be to bet everything on an all-out attack, the latter stating that the Saiyan may not be able to save his energy for the other battles to come. Finally catching on though, Goku gently pushes Botamo over, much to everyone's surprise. He proceeds to drag him forward by the legs, and Botamo, realizing the situation, fires blasts at Goku, who effortlessly dodges by tilting his head. Letting go of the fighter at the edge of the ring, Goku stands motionless as Botamo attempts to attack, and spotting an opportunity, Goku grabs the fighter from underneath and flips him off the ring, winning the match. Cheers erupt as Goku secures the victory, Beerus acknowledging Goku's strategic thinking. In the midst of his celebration though, Goku takes notice of a particular member of the opposing side. Goku quickly advances to the next round, facing the Frieza-looking opponent, now known as Frost. Observers note Frost's resemblance to Universe 6's version of Frieza, predicting a challenging match. Surprisingly though, Frost smiles and politely encourages both sides to do their best, much to everyone's amazement. The match begins, and Frost immediately charges in. Trading punches, Goku lands a solid kick, but Frost retaliates by grabbing Goku's leg with his tail and delivering a kick of his own. The two engage in a series of
a bunch of people died.
Perhaps I should have just called for the Beauty Force right from the start. I must say I'm actually rather excited.
They have no power keys or nothing. This guy just didn't even load in. Looks like he's gonna disconnect soon.
Careful now. This won't be like before, and I won't be gentle. I would say my power level is... Get up!
You're a lifesaver.
You found a power key. Go slot it. Get up! Thanks! Flying Nimbus! Thank you.
You have my thanks.
It's not the minus A key. We have a full team, but everyone's still low level. Dragon Ball's looking. We got one, two, three Dragon Balls so far.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Flying Nimbus!
Alright, I'm gonna head to sea.
You know what to do
Okay,
with
they
that
found
key.
it.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I certainly hope you feel honored. You're about to bear witness to my truth. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think
It's
before
scared.
rushing in. Access the startup system from the central area. A little more to go, then you're done. Supplies to help. Make good use of them.
I don't have a Dragon Radar or nothing.
Where is everyone?
An ally needs your help. You don't know what
You
danger
really want to
awaits.
save them?
I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would experience Claire, no other.
Flying Nimbus! Here comes a pain!
Utter nonsense.
Solar flare!
Solar Flare is trash.
Bastard!
I did 0 damage, bro.
Could be trouble.
What's wrong? Is this all?
This match was whack.
I was about to commit. Utter nonsense. You're incredibly foolish if you think you stand a chance against me.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you're gonna get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Uh-oh. Let's do this! Final Kamehameha!
This match was a whack, bro.
You're no match for me.
Blows and evasive maneuvers. Goku disappears just before being punched from above, leaving Frost to strike the ground. Beerus and Whis shield themselves from the debris, realizing neither combatant is revealing their true strength. The fight continues with exchanged blows, disappearances, and repetitions, and Goku lands a devastating blow to Frost's stomach and kicks him away. Pausing for a moment, Goku senses Frost is analyzing him, prompting him to request Frost to transform into his final form. Goku perceives Frost contemplating incremental transformations to assess him further, and when Frost wonders how Goku was aware of this, Goku reveals his experience with a similar fighter in his universe. The Saiyan advises Frost to transform once more, and the fighter does so. When the smoke clears, Frost appears in a form similar to that of Frieza's third form on planet Namek. Vegeta asserts Frost is lying about this being his final transformation, and Krillin notes that Goku's never seen this form before, as Piccolo says it brings back bad memories. Goku, displaying a mix of confusion and disappointment, admits this form is different from the one he's faced. Frost questions Goku about the outcome of the other universe's battle, but Goku advises against asking. Assuming his counterpart lost against Goku in his universe, Frost hopes the same doesn't happen to him, and the two agree to continue. As the fight goes on, Champa, Vados, and Universe's 6th Supreme Kai believe Frost is winning, but the Elder Supreme Kai from Universe 7 laughs, casting doubt on their assessment. Frost launches a blast that hits Goku head on, assuming victory, but Goku swiftly rises, thanking Frost for the warm-up. Goku declares that Frost is still concealing another transformation and transforms into a Super Saiyan, surprising both Champa and Frost. Goading Frost to power up or face defeat, Goku charges in, leading Frost to panic and transform once more. When the smoke clears, Goku looks satisfied as Frost, standing before him, dons his final form reminiscent of Frieza's. With both Goku and Frost in their transformed states, the true battle commences. Frost unleashes a massive surge of energy, and Goku responds by upping his power as well. Frost charges in, leaping from the arena floor to launch a blast at Goku, but Goku effortlessly deflects the attack. Frost launches another ki blast followed by a barrage, but the Saiyan continues to swat them all away. Drawing closer while continuing his assault, Frost is halted as both his arms are caught by Goku, the latter kicking him away and knocking him into the protective ceiling above. Glaring down at the confident warrior, Frost grows irate and launches downward, prompting Goku to charge in as well. The two continue delivering blows with Goku maintaining the upper hand, charging in once more to attack. Frost attempts a shockwave, aiming to push Goku back, but Goku withstands it and retaliates in kind, pushing Frost to the edge of the ring. Surprised by Goku's strength, Frost acknowledges that the Saiyan has exceeded his expectations, but notes he won't lose this battle. Despite the adversary's relentless attacks though, Goku continues to effortlessly deflect him, demonstrating an obvious dominance in the battle. Goku points out that Frost has lost and should train more, stating he could return stronger just as Frieza did. But suddenly, the fighter launches a punch that Goku blocks. However, Goku notices something amiss, and Frost suddenly kicks the Saiyan out of the ring, the latter returning to his base form. Goku loses, and Frost emerges the victor. Goku wonders what happened, but commends Frost on his efforts, as Beerus panics at the idea of Universe 7 losing the tournament. Piccolo questions Goku's loss as he was clearly dominating, but Goku states he doesn't know what happened and says he suddenly fainted. As the onlookers react with surprise at the match's end, Jocko critically assesses this situation. Piccolo is the next contestant from Universe 7 to battle Frost, and he questions Goku on if he thinks he can win. Goku blatantly asserts Piccolo stands no chance, but tells his friend to wear Frost down, as it would be easier for Vegeta to defeat him. Moving into the ring, Piccolo tells Frost to go easy on him given his power, but the fighter apologizes, stating he'll need to remain in this form to end the battles as soon as possible. The match begins as Frost charges in, but Piccolo skillfully dodges his attack. Frost unleashes a barrage of ki blasts similar to his battle with Goku, but Piccolo continues to evade, catching the attention of Champa and Vados, who ponder if he's Namekian. Cutting in, Piccolo asserts that he's not Namekian, but the reincarnation of Demon King Piccolo, as he removes his weighted clothing and asserts that he and Frost's battle will end with a stalemate at best. Piccolo attacks Frost with outstretched arms, remaining on the defensive as Frost continues his attempts to blast Piccolo, both fighters depleting their stamina. As the two stand winded, Frost decides to end the match immediately. He charges in and throws punches at Piccolo, but despite the fighter's ability to catch the final blow, a decisive single attack from Frost once again sends his opponent out of the ring. Frost secures victory once more, much to Champa's happiness, and Piccolo wonders what happened as he never lets his guard down. Vegeta moves in to battle Frost next, but suddenly Jocko raises an objection, claiming that Frost is using a concealed needle-like weapon. Defending Frost, Champa states he's a man of honor and threatens to erase Jocko if his claims prove false. Beerus insists on an investigation, and upon inspection from the announcer, he's jabbed with the weapon and topples over. Frost argues the needle is a natural part of his body, but the announcer disagrees, noting signs of bodily modification. As a result, Frost is disqualified, and the winner of the match is Piccolo. Champa is furious with Frost for embarrassing him, but the fighter scoffs at the remark, stating he wanted to end the matches quickly. Frost faces the possibility of erasure, but Vegeta intervenes, suggesting there's no need for disqualification, as he'll personally eliminate Frost with his own hands. Despite Piccolo's loss being expunged from the record, Vegeta insists on taking the next match. The announcer states that Piccolo would still be the one fighting though, but Piccolo withdraws, allowing Vegeta to get his turn. The announcer declares the next match to be Frost versus Vegeta, and suddenly, Beerus cuts in with a demand of his own. Highlighting Goku's injury from Frost's weapon, Beerus demands that Goku be allowed to re-enter the tournament as well, and the request is accepted. Vegeta, however, asserts that he'll be the one to handle Frost, and Beerus exclaims that no matter what, Monaka must fight last. The Destroyer then solidifies the lineup with Vegeta fighting first, then Goku, then Monaka, as the next match is about to begin. Vegeta immediately transforms to Super Saiyan, charging in as Frost blocks his attack. The latter is left on the defensive as Vegeta decides to end things quickly, grabbing him by his shoulders and delivering a decisive blow to his gut, sending him flying. Vegeta then uses a shockwave to push Frost out of the ring completely, leaving him unconscious. Vegeta is declared the winner, and Goku muses aloud about Frost's initial seemingly pleasant demeanor, Piccolo wondering if he might gradually transform into a character resembling Frieza. The next match is announced as the robotic-looking figure known as Magetta enters the ring, blowing off literal steam as Vegeta wonders about the creature's origin. On the sidelines, Universe 7's Elder Kai inquires the same, and the Universe 6 Supreme Kai clarifies that Magetta is a metal man, and that Universe 7 7 has one like him in their universe. The match begins as Vegeta charges forward with Vegeta initiating a punch, but he finds it unexpectedly painful. Vegeta retaliates from above, knocks Vegeta to the ground, and forces him into defensive maneuvers. Vegeta launches himself into the air, unleashing ki blasts on Vegeta, but even those prove ineffective on the Metal Man. Goku suggests Vegeta aim for a ring out, similar to what he did with Botamo, but even in his Super Saiyan state, Vegeta struggles to lift Vegeta's foot off the ground. In response, Vegeta smashes Vegeta over the head with intense force, prompting the Saiyan to retreat to the air, pondering his next move. With a ring out tactic proving futile,
What a bunch of wimps. You... Soil here looks perfect. Throw in some Cybermen. Make them suffer, Cybermen.
Alright, let's get it.
Looks like you and me are thinking the same thing, Vegeta. Let's get to it. Time for some fun. Where am I?
These guys already got B, so not even gonna waste my time. Just came from D. Seeing anyone? There's one right there.
Finally! You twerps are in for a world of pain.
Show me where that key is. heard a civilian crying somewhere.
Let's get to it. Time for some fun.
Yeah, there's a statue right there.
You're dead meat. Nappa, that's enough! I'll take care of them!
He's in this cave over here. There we go. All civilians are gone, and I know the D key's right over here. Somewhere.
Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! So, who wants to die next? Impossible! Final blast! Solar flare! Final blast! Do it, Nappa! Got it. I'll take over it. Huh? Prepare yourself!
See if I can destroy this before they escape.
Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! What a bunch of wimps!
Gotta do what you gotta do to win. GG's.
futile. Vegeta improvises as he launches a barrage of ki blasts at Vegeta once more, this time chipping away at the arena, aiming to obliterate any solid ground for Vegeta to stand on. Vegeta counterattacks by spitting lava-like saliva at Vegeta's blasts, nullifying them, much to his shock. The Saiyan questions if this attack is breaking the rules, but the announcer asserts that Vegeta's spit is part of his body, angering Vegeta. Growing increasingly frustrated, Vegeta insults Vegeta as a piece of iron trash, suddenly freezing the Metal Man and catching him off guard, knocking him out of the ring. Vados and Champa express disappointment as Vegeta is declared the winner, Whis clarifying that the Metal Man race are very delicate people, so fragile that insults can depress them and destroy their ability to fight. This fact not being common knowledge, it was likely what Champa was betting on nobody to find out, and Vegeta revels in his victory. Up next to battle Vegeta is the Saiyan warrior from Universe 6, now known as Kaba. Smirking, Vegeta advises Kaba to unveil his true power right away, and Kaba agrees as the battle begins. Kaba rushes in and manages to surprise Vegeta with a few good kicks. Leaping into the air, Kaba utilizes the glare from the sun to mask his movements, landing on Vegeta's chest and knocking him to the ground. Charging a powerful ki blast, the Universe 6 Saiyan swiftly launches it at Vegeta, who manages to dodge it and counter with a kick that sends Kaba crashing to the arena floor. Rising from the battle dust, Kaba appears out of breath, Vegeta noting that he's quite an experienced fighter, similar to the Saiyans of Universe 7. He goes on to state that in his base form, Kaba is as strong as him and tells the boy to transform into a Super Saiyan. Kaba, however, informs Vegeta that he's unable to perform such a transformation and questions if he can teach him how, prompting Vegeta's fury. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan once more and charges at Kaba, delivering a gut punch as the fighter coughs up blood. The Saiyan Prince calls the boy a spoiled brat as he kicks him away, taunting him as he steps on his face. From the sidelines, Bulma wonders why her husband is being so cruel, and Kaba concedes the battle, angering Vegeta even more. Lifting the boy by his shirt, Vegeta scolds him, stating that if he gives up now, he'll kill him for sure. In response, Kaba begs for help, and growing more agitated, Vegeta notes he's nothing more than a weakling and tosses him into the distance. Noting there's no room in the universe for a prideless Saiyan, Vegeta utilizes his Galaxy Breaker, exclaiming that once he's finished here, he's going to destroy planet Sadala along with the rest of the Universe 6 Saiyans. These words catch Kaba's attention as Vegeta launches his blast at him, prompting Kaba's awakening as he asserts planet Sadala has nothing to do with their battle. Blocking the attack before impact, Kaba transforms into a Super Saiyan as he tells the Saiyan Prince he won't forgive him if he destroys his home planet. Kaba launches in once more and throws a flurry of attacks at Vegeta, and satisfied, Universe 7's warrior acknowledges his efforts. Vegeta reveals that the key to a Saiyan's power is rage, and realizing the fighter did what he did to unleash his power, Kaba powers down. However, Vegeta commands Kaba to become a Super Saiyan once more, and the boy digs deep, mastering the transformation indefinitely. Impressed, Vegeta transforms to Super Saiyan Blue, surprising Kaba and Champa as he notes with enough training, Kaba can achieve this form as well. Nearby, the mysterious fighter from Universe 6 wakes up from his nap, noticing the godly aura emanating from the opposing side. Vegeta swiftly elbows Kaba, knocking him out, and Piccolo notes that Vegeta was just teaching the boy a lesson during their battle. Vegeta is declared the winner of the match as he tells a now conscious Kaba to never forget the pride of the Saiyan race. The next matchup is announced, Vegeta versus Universe 6 fighter now known as Hit, and Champa notes his surprise at this living legend deciding to join the tournament in the first place. Hit rises from his seat and enters the ring.
keys so far.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
I need help! You're a big help.
Guys.
Flying Nimbus!
Alright, I'm gonna head to where am I going? B? Yeah, I'm gonna go check out B real quick. If I can get a power key radar or a dragon radar, that would be great.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I'm gonna go plant this key. Looks like Broly's gonna go straight to level 3. Sorry. He's got 4 Dragon Balls so far.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I'm gonna stay in A. Boxes over there. I have 6 Dragon Balls. Terrence, I'm gonna give it to your pre-made person.
Calm yourself, Broly.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
See where the key is. All right there. Okay, we got all the Dragon Balls.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Come on, bro. You gotta be fucking joking. Bro, I'm indicating to these guys to get the Dragon Ball. No one's coming to me. Don't blame me, dog. I was spamming Dragon Balls. Don't blame me, dog. Spamming Dragon Balls. No one came to me. I think we're getting stream snipe. Now our level 3 is down.
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
This ain't no picnic.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Snap out of it.
I owe you one.
That's a transfer, homie. No one wants a transfer? I'm not going for it. I'm gonna try to steal the Dragon Ball back. Parents, was that you that died?
Here comes a pain.
Fucking hate Broly, bro.
Trash will always be trash.
Honestly, everyone should have been in D and E looking for that key. I was the only one in E. This guy's golden Broly. Probably got stream snipe too.
Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
What enemy?
The startup system is under attack.
What's this guy doing, bro? Just destroy the time machine. He doesn't destroy it.
The startup system's under attack.
He's gonna lose.
So tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Bro, just kill this guy and get over with. What are you doing? Is destroying the time machine that serious?
Destroyed. These time machines almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
What?
This guy's chopped. Well, congratulations. You picked the overpowered raider and won the match. There's no fun in that.
No. I'm the devil himself.
You're a waste, man.
Piece of trash. Sorry, Broly. You'll be dying alongside this.
That could have happened a whole 30 seconds ago.
Where do you think you're going? I was going to escape with you. In a one-person pod.
As the next match begins. Vegeta uses Super Saiyan Blue right from the start and readies himself for battle, but Hit merely keeps his hands in his pockets, devoid of fighting stance. Vegeta rushes in, but right in the moment where his attack should land, Hit is able to punch Vegeta in the face, drawing blood. Vegeta launches in once more, and the same thing happens, this time with Hit kicking Vegeta away. Reeling, Vegeta is pushed back, noting the blood he's shedding at the start of the battle. On the sidelines, Goku and the others are completely unable to see what Hit is doing, Manaka included. Vegeta continues getting pummeled, and Goku, seeking clarification from Jocko, is told he can't see anything either, but says it's no doubt that Hit is moving incredibly fast. Jocko notes that the fighter is vanishing in the middle of his movements, as Vegeta continues to suffer at the hands of his opponent. It's not long before Vegeta is completely incapacitated, passing out onto the arena floor in his base form. Killing being against the rules, Hit figures the fight is over, as the Saiyan is in no condition to continue. Goku urges Krillin to give Vegeta a sensu bean, and at the same time, the Galactic King wonders if Hit might be time skipping. He goes on to say that there are some people in the universe who can skip time for just a bit, though they can only shift about 1/10 of a second. This prompts Goku's confusion, but Jocko simplifies things, stating that Hit can stop time for everyone except himself. The Galactic King notes that it's a violation of galactic law to control time, but fearing the risk of death, both he and Jocko opt to mind their own business. With Vegeta defeated, Goku is announced back into the ring, landing next to a healed Vegeta. The Saiyan questions his rival on if he's got any advice for his battle, but having nothing to say, Vegeta wishes Goku good luck and walks away. Whis points out Hit's ability to stop time as Beerus tells him to clue Goku in on how to beat him, but Whis refuses, noting that Goku needs to find his own solution for this battle. Whis then teases Beerus, discussing his lie on Manaka's strength to motivate Goku and Vegeta, as he notes the pink, big nippled alien has no fighting ability whatsoever. This revelation surprises Piccolo, who takes notice of Goku's match, stating that this final battle will ultimately decide the winning universe of the tournament. The match begins, and Hit wonders why Goku didn't transform right from the start. Goku then informs him that transforming takes a lot of energy, and he'll do that later. Questioning if the Saiyan can really hold out that long, Goku asserts he needs to stall Hit to figure out how to win. Hit considers Goku naive for doing such a thing, but the latter states he's no amateur, prompting Hit to reveal his age of 1,000 years. The Supreme Kai from Universe 6 is shocked that Hit is so talkative, prompting the Universe 7 Elder Kai to note that this is what makes Goku such an interesting person. Preparing himself, Goku launches in, but he's immediately punched in the face, similar to Vegeta. Hit suggests that Goku just surrender now, but Goku asserts that attack gave him a hint on how to defeat his opponent, catching Hit's attention. Hit calls Goku's bluff as the Saiyan charges in, successfully knocking him back before his attacks connect. Goku persists in rushing back, noticing the slightest gesture in Hit's hands as he misses his initial attack, but randomly tosses a punch to the side, which grazes Hit's face as he reappears. Stating the Saiyan just got lucky, Hit watches Goku charge in again as he time skips. Only this time, Goku manages to land a solid uppercut, much to Hit's surprise. Hit questions how Goku could do such a thing, prompting the Saiyan to reveal his ability to predict Hit's movements a tenth of a second ahead. Confused and stating he can just adjust his strategy to move in ways that can't be predicted, Goku discloses his analysis to Hit, noting that his hands stay in his pockets while he hides his feet under his coat to mask his movements. With this, Goku asserts that Hit can't change whatever movements he's already started and powers up to Super Saiyan, stating that the real fun begins now. Though Hit questions why Goku isn't using the blue-haired form similar to Vegeta, Goku asserts he can use it but is saving it for later. The battle intensifies as both Goku and Hit become more serious. Hit continues using his time skip and attempts to attack Goku, but Goku repeats his process of predicting the fighter's movements to avoid taking damage. Goku manages to land a kick that Hit blocks, Hit noting that he'll need to travel further into the future, and Goku noting he'll just need to predict even faster. The two continue trading blows, disappearing and reappearing before everyone's eyes. Champa grows concerned, but Vados assures him that while Hit expends no stamina with his time-skipping technique, Goku must remain alert with growing anticipation, his stamina wearing down increasingly. Both fighters land and Goku, out of breath, counters by transforming into Super Saiyan God, surprising everyone, including Vegeta, who notes that Goku's still holding back his trump card. Goku rushes in as Hit attempts to time skip again, but Goku shoots him a glare at the last moment, landing a punch to his face. Bleeding, Hit notes that he could only stop for less than 1/10 of a second this time, as Goku's assault continues, now able to knock Hit across the arena floor. Demanding an explanation, Beerus consults Whis, and the attendant explains that Goku's power has become far superior to Hit's, noting that Hit's skills are only effective
guys,
against
you put
opponents
another
who are near or below
Should start in 2
his
minutes.
level. Beerus points
Level
out that
one watching
Vegeta
blue.
wasn't able to make a dent in his Super Saiyan blue form, but Whis says it's because the Saiyan wasn't able to perform at even 10% of Blue's usual strength. The form is something you can only use a few times in a single day as it consumes too much energy, and Vegeta's initial transformation against Kaba was one of those times. Beerus questions the implication that Goku's Super Saiyan God form surpasses Vegeta's blue form from earlier, and Whis confirms, much to Hit's surprise. Suddenly, Hit is met with a ki blast from Goku, shocking Champa and Vados. Realizing the situation, Hit powers up, surprising the onlookers who now realize he was hiding his true strength. Whis then clarifies that the rumors about Hit, the best assassin from Universe 6, appear to be true. Hit states that before Goku is his full power, having been some time since the last time he's been able to use it. He says he doesn't think he'll be able to maintain it for more than a minute though, and asserts his last time skip before his energy is depleted will be used to defeat Son Goku.
Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
This Raider's only a level 1, so if we key rush him and everyone gets to level 2, we should win.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're a big help. I need help.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Thanks.
I think it goes to that D key quick.
Flying Nimbus! Holy hell.
But you ran away.
Welcome. Thank you.
It's okay, I'll get my level 3 and we'll beat him up after.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Great. You know what to do with that key. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. No! Boo, no, where'd you go?
Yeah, large key.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
No! Boo, no, where'd you go?
Stay calm. Stay calm.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Bro, there's no way we're losing to level 1, bro. Level 1 Majin Buu. I refuse.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
No! Bruno, where'd you go? Someone!
You're my savior.
This is bad. Somebody's
We need to
down.
go jump this guy now.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
I need help. Flying Nimbus. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Keep spamming. I put 2 Dragon Balls right there. We lost a person.
Oh man.
We got all the 7 Dragon Balls.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar.
No! Bruno, where'd you go?
Change.
Cardi Girl, summon.
Flying Nimbus. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Guys, there's only so much I could do.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Flying Nimbus.
Okay, grab that soda. Why is our level 4 almost dead?
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I have a final dragon change. I can go in last minute. Run by time machine. There is no way we're losing to level 1 Majin Buu. Unacceptable. GG's.
Putting his hands back in his pockets, fearing no repercussions of prediction, Hit faces Goku in his god form as the latter rushes in once more. Just as Goku's punch means to connect with Hit's face, the assassin time skips again, but is met with Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form, transcending once more to break through the fighter's time skip. Goku ferociously knocks Hit away, preparing a Kamehameha that he unleashes upon the assassin, the latter barely having time to move as the blast collides with the arena's protective glass, shattering it and launching into space. Vados is amazed to see her creation shattered so easily, and at the same time, Hit reveals himself, having dodged the Kamehameha. Vados closes up the barrier as Hit lands back in the ring, noting that he never expected to meet someone as strong as Goku, and expresses his admiration. Goku then states that he heard Hit was an assassin, prompting him to question the fighter on any killing techniques he wouldn't be able to use because of the rules. Hit alludes to this possibility, and Goku notes he's much stronger than he's seen so far, and opts to fight him again somewhere else another time. Goku then leaps outside of the ring, surprising everyone as Hit is declared the winner of the match. Beerus, aware of Monaka's secret, questions Goku on what he's done, but the Saiyan says he couldn't pass up the opportunity to watch the strongest warrior in the universe fight, prompting a mixture of anger and fear in the Destroyer. On the sidelines, Hit expresses more admiration for Goku, noting that he'll remember his name. The last match between Hit and Monaka is announced, as Vegeta questions Goku's intentions. Goku, however, flips it and inquires why Vegeta transformed into blue against Kaba instead of saving it to fight Hit, prompting the Saiyan Prince to state he couldn't help but put Kaba on a better path. Soon after, Monaka walks into the ring, scared and crying, as Hit notices Beerus panicking and realizes what's going on. The match begins and Monaka rushes in swinging, landing a tap to Hit's knee. A brief silence falls on the two, and Hit, aiming to let Universe 7 win, ejects himself from the ring, much to everyone's shock. With that, the tournament has been decided and Universe 7 wins as everyone celebrates. Vegeta and Piccolo wonder what just happened, as Goku notes how amazing Monaka is. Amidst the Saiyans' eagerness, Hit walks away, thinking to himself that he and Goku are even now. Champa threatens to destroy Hit as he knows he threw the match on purpose, but Beerus grabs his brother's attention, pointing to a short, oval-headed shaped alien standing atop the arena. Champa fearfully addresses this figure as Lord Zeno, as he and Beerus rush to him, Whis revealing to Universe 7 that Lord Zeno, otherwise known as the Omni King, is the supreme ruler of all 12 universes. The gods and angels alike bow to greet Zeno, who informs Beerus and Champa that he initially came to warn them as they held a tournament without his permission. However, he noticed how fun the fights were to watch and says that he may have a go at it next time with all 12 universes together. Suddenly, Goku intervenes, stating what a wonderful idea that is, and goes to shake Zeno's hand. Everyone, including Zeno's attendants with him, are appalled at Goku's actions, but Zeno shakes the Saiyan's hand, promising him to hold the tournament. The gods of destruction let out a sigh of relief as Zeno and his attendants depart, Beerus telling Goku that if he wanted to, Zeno could decimate an entire universe in the blink of an eye. Thus, the tournament ends with Universe 7's victory, as all 6 Super Dragon Balls went to Beerus, with the nameless planet being revealed as the final Dragon Ball. Whis and company summon the dragon, Super Shenron, who appears incomparably large than both the Super Dragon Balls and the Shenron of Earth, as he grants a wish for Beerus. Bulma inquires what the wish was, but Beerus refuses to disclose it, as we cut to Champa, who's informed by Vados that their Earth has been resurrected, and their humans have now developed a culture that can create delicious meals. Whis, realizing Beerus' wish, praises him as Goku desires a battle with Monaka, but Beerus understandably refuses to allow it, as everyone makes their way back home. The Goku Black arc takes place after the events of the Universe 6 saga. In an alternate timeline, we focus on future Trunks, who's running and hiding from a mysterious being, causing destruction all over with ki blasts and explosions. He manages to escape and enters a building, meeting with future Mai. Mai asks future Trunks what happened to future Bulma, to which Trunks tells her that she got caught by the mysterious being after going out to clear the dust on their solar panels. This in turn alludes to future Bulma's death, and Mai consoles Trunks. Trunks and Mai then eat and rest, discussing going back 17 years in the past, where Trunks' father and everyone else are still alive, their past in the parallel world. In the present timeline on Earth at Capsule Corp, the Dragon team are having a feast. Jocko complains to Bulma about the usage of time travel, stating that it's forbidden to manipulate time. Present Trunks' teacher educates Trunks and the Pilaf gang about parallel worlds in the meantime, meantime. After sparring, Goku and Vegeta join the feast and eat with Beerus and Whis. Whis tells Goku and Vegeta more about Zeno, stating that although he doesn't fight, he's indeed the strongest, and confirms it by telling the Saiyan duo that there were once 18 universes in total, but 6 universes were destroyed in an instant when he was in a bad mood. Meanwhile, in the alternate future, Future Trunks and Mai reach Capsule Corp and prepare to go inside the destroyed building to find the time machine. Suddenly, the mysterious being appears and attacks them. Future Trunks and Mai fight back, only for the being to overpower the duo, and Mai gets critically injured and dies as a result. The being then reveals himself, being a man wearing black and gray Kai-like clothing, but his most distinctive feature is his identical appearance to Goku, with a green Patara pierced in his left ear. Future Trunks mourns Mai's death, but transforms into a Super Saiyan to fight Goku Black. However, Black easily overwhelms the Super Saiyan and prepares to finish him off by stabbing him with Future Trunks' sword. Motivated to save his future for both Mai and his mother though, Future Trunks fires a blast to distract Black, allowing him to escape into Capsule Corp. Future Trunks starts up the time machine and begins to fly away. Black, however, fires a Kamehameha at him, only to miss though due to the time machine finishing its teleportation to the past. In the present, Goku and Vegeta spar while Whis and Beerus watch. Trunks along with the Pilaf gang are having a school lesson and afterwards break for lunch. Suddenly, Future Trunks' time machine appears from the sky and lands. Present Trunks goes to see who's inside and sees a person similar to him but unconscious. Bulma arrives and asks Goku to grab her Sensu Bean. Goku uses instant transmission to get to Korin's tower to get one. Meanwhile, Bulma gets the unconscious Future Trunks out of the time machine and onto a bed. Trunks and the Pilaf gang are confused as to whom the mysterious person might be. The Saiyans see Future Trunks, who is unconscious and injured, and Vegeta grabs the Sensu Bean from Goku to give it to him. Trunks wakes up and attacks Goku, much to everyone's shock. Goku, who stopped the attack, explains to Trunks that it's him. Future Trunks snaps out of his rage and is glad to see Goku, Vegeta, and especially his mother alive and well. Goku asks Future Trunks who badly injured him and wonders if it was Majin Buu. However, Future Trunks explains that he defeated Deborah and Babidi before they could resurrect Majin Buu, much to Vegeta's satisfaction. Whis is surprised and impressed that humans managed to create a time machine, but explains that time travel is a serious crime and Beerus thinks of destroying the Earth, although Bulma defends that it was her future counterpart who created the time machine and not her exactly. Future Trunks explains that the new enemy who badly injured him wants justice by eradicating every last Earthling and explains that he's already wiped out countless planets and their civilizations before coming to Earth. Trunks says that he and the Earthlings managed to hold off the enemy for about a year, but now there are only a handful of humans left, not including his mother. Vegeta asks who did this, to which Future Trunks explains that it was Goku, much to everyone's surprise. Future Trunks further elaborates, stating that while the enemy looked identical in appearance to Goku, he had a heart full of malice. Goku then understood why Future Trunks attempted to attack him earlier, to which Trunks apologizes. Future Trunks then reveals that the name of the enemy is Goku Black. Goku decides that all they need to do is go to the future and beat Goku Black to eliminate the threat. However, Future Trunks explains that the time machine doesn't have enough fuel to travel back to the future. He says that the fuel needed to power the time machine is blue number 15 electro fluid, which surprises Bulma as the fuel is something she was developing at the moment. Bulma says that she can have the fuel ready within a day, much to Future Trunks' shock. Goku and Vegeta decide to go with Future Trunks once the time machine is ready. Bulma allows this, but asks them to come back safely, to which the Saiyans reply that they will. Future Trunks then urges Goku and Vegeta not to underestimate Black though, as he's extremely strong, to which Goku decides to spar with Future Trunks in order to gauge Black's true strength. Outside, Goku and Future Trunks do some sparring, with the two of them transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Goku is pleased with Future Trunks' strength and shows him Super Saiyan 3, ending the sparring session with a devastating kick to the back of Trunks' head with what appeared in aura to be Goku's Super Saiyan God form. Goku was impressed that Trunks managed to attain this level of strength all by himself. However, even with all this power, Trunks admits that it was nothing compared to Black. Seeing that they might have their hands full on this one, Goku invites Beerus to join them, but Beerus declines as he has no interest in the parallel Earth, wondering why his future counterpart will let a nut job like Black run around free. Whis mentions that what he's probably doing is no different than the present Beerus. Beerus of course takes offense to this, and then says that he's nothing like Black, who kills with no consideration for the balance of the universe. Future Trunks is confused, asking what this god of destruction is that Beerus and Whis keep mentioning. Whis takes note of this, and asks Future Trunks what happened to the Supreme Kai in his timeline. Future Trunks says that in the process of defeating Deborah, it required the Supreme Kai's sacrifice, and he died as a result. This development shocked Beerus and Whis. Beerus is furious that the Supreme Kai of Trunks' timeline stuck his nose in unnecessary business. Goku asks what the problem is, saying that he had no idea Beerus liked Supreme Kai that much. Whis says that wasn't the case though, explaining that the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction are a set. If the Supreme Supreme Kai dies, the God of Destruction dies as well. Everyone is shocked at this new development, and Whis explains that in all likelihood, the God of Destruction from future Trunks' timeline no longer exists. Trunks continues to explain his past in more detail. A few years before traveling back to the present timeline, the Supreme Kai and Kibito took Trunks to their world in order to train him to prepare for Babidi's arrival. Trunks was trained in using the Z-Sword and became more powerful as a result of wielding it. But just before Trunks would inevitably break the Z-Sword on the hardest metal in the universe, Babidi and Deborah arrived on Earth. Deborah overwhelmed Trunks and destroyed the Z-Sword by spitting on it and turning it into stone. It also killed the old Kai sealed away in it as well. Seeing him overwhelmed, the Supreme Kai attempted to intervene, only to be heavily injured by Deborah. Then Deborah killed Kibito. Enraged, Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan 2 and overwhelms Deborah. Deborah tries to fight back, but the Supreme Kai stops him in his tracks, allowing Trunks to land the final blow on Deborah and Babidi, killing them both. The emergence of Majin Buu had been prevented. However, the Supreme Kai had been fatally injured, drained of his energy, and died. Overlooking this battle, Goku Black is satisfied that he's found a universe that no longer has a God of Destruction. Future Trunks' story ends there, and Whis concludes that Goku Black can travel between parallel worlds, as he knowingly and willingly went after one where a God of Destruction didn't exist. Beerus, however, finds this to be completely absurd. Goku then formally introduces Trunks to Beerus and Whis. Afterwards, Trunks meets his present self in Mai, which turned out to be a pretty cool interaction. Bulma then tells Trunks to change his clothes and that dinner will be at 6. Trunks leaves, still mourning the loss of future Mai. In the alternate future, Black confirms that Trunks has vanished from this timeline. Black states that he's eradicated the Kais from all other universes, and as a result, the gods of destruction are extinct as well. And now that Trunks has vanished, Black first concludes that there's no one left to oppose him, but then decides to sit tight and see what happens, as the persistence of a Saiyan should never be underestimated. Black then flies off, and we cut to future Mai's lifeless body being licked by a cat. Back in the present timeline on Earth, Trunks is having dinner with the Dragon Team. Trunks explains that Black stated he killed all the gods in his timeline. Beerus thinks that Black may show up in their timeline and try to kill their Kais as well, to which Whis responds that he hasn't heard from the Supreme Kai of any malicious activity and wonders if he should go and ask him. Beerus allows Whis to do so in order to find out if any god may turn evil. In the 10th universe on the world of the Kais, Kibito is fighting against the Kai apprentice of the 10th universe, Zamasu. Zamasu overwhelms Kibito in defense, strength, and speed, eventually defeating him with relative ease. As Zamasu goes to give Kibito a hand, the Supreme Kai is marveled at Zamasu's great skill and abilities. Goasu, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, states that Zamasu
Look at you. Now you're nothing but a worthless hunk of scrap metal. Not even fit to be.
Easy level 2. of the reactor. See that snipe? The dog.
Not like this.
How the fuck did I not kill this guy?
We'll see about that.
is training to become their universe's Supreme Kai. Both Zamasu and Kibito give their respects to each other, with Zamasu happy that they were able to take down Majin Buu a few years ago. However, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 and Kibito reply that they had help from Goku and his friends. Zamasu then inquires who Goku is. Universe 7 Supreme Kai explains that he's a pure-hearted Saiyan on Earth who reached the level of the gods. Zamasu is in disbelief, but Kibito explains that there have been some mortals in the 7th universe that have strength to match even the gods. However, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 admits that there's still no entity that can surpass a god of destruction, stating that entrusting the balance of the universe to them is the best decision. Zamasu agrees with that thought process, stating that the Supreme Kai made a wonderful decision and that unnecessary beings should be eliminated. He then says that they should continue to proactively protect the order of both their universes, to which the Supreme Kai agrees. After the Supreme Kai and Kibito leave, Gowasu praises Zamasu on his martial arts skills, but decides that they must work on polishing his inner self. Inside the training hall, Gowasu shows Zamasu the planet Babari. Human-like creatures have appeared on the planet, but are too savage and aggressive, and Gowasu wants to hear Zamasu's input on the best course of action. Zamasu suggests remedying the situation through extermination, to which Gowasu is disappointed with Zamasu's suggestion, since he'd lectured him about such tasks being done by the god of destruction. Gowasu states that the best course of action is to watch over them, as he believes they'll eventually become more civilized, but Zamasu states that the inhabitants won't, after witnessing many planet civilizations go to ruin. Gowasu decides to test Zamasu's conviction and brings out a case showing Zamasu the time rings, which are rings that allow one to travel freely through the flow of time. Gowasu explains that they will travel to the planet Babari to observe what will become of the inhabitants. The two arrive and witness a conflict between a group of Babarians over a large fish, which results in the death of some of them. Zamasu is disgusted with the Babarians' uncivilized nature. Gowasu agrees with Zamasu, but has an open mind that the Babarians can change in 1,000 years, and that they can witness that change with the time rings. Gowasu explains that the time rings allow one to travel to the future and back to the world one departed from. Time rings must be used with extraordinary care, as they can be used to alter history, which is why there are forbidden laws put in place to restrict the usage of them. Gowasu explains that if history does change, then a new timeline manifests itself, and a new time ring that represents that new timeline is born. Zamasu begins to understand, and Gowasu comments that one of the mortals from a sophisticated civilization on the 12th universe created a device that enabled time traveling to the past, and as a result, a time ring was born. Gowasu gives Zamasu his Patora so that he can time travel with him, and tells him to place it on his left ear, otherwise they'll end up fusing together. Gowasu and Zamasu bump fists, focusing on traveling 1,000 years into the Babari's future, which causes the time ring to work. Gowasu sees that early foundations of civilization have been formed and goes to investigate the village. Suddenly, Gowasu and Zamasu stumble upon a massive battle between the Babarians. Zamasu is shocked that the Babarians have become even crueler and starts believing that the universe is better off without mortals. However, Zamasu and Gowasu see that an elderly Babarian is attempting to negotiate a ceasefire. But just then, a Babarian ambushes Zamasu and Gowasu, but Zamasu repels the Babarian's attack. The Babarian is injured, enraged, and charges forward. Gowasu tells Zamasu that they need to leave, but Zamasu instead kills the enraged Babarian with his energy blade, having a smile of satisfaction on his face. Furious, Gowasu returns himself and Zamasu back to the present. Zamasu gives Gowasu his Patora earring back, and Gowasu demands an explanation. Zamasu claims that the Babarians had no value, to which Gowasu disagrees. Zamasu thinks that it's wrong to leave mortals to their own devices, and wonders what being a Supreme Kai means. Gowasu tells his apprentice that it's his job to oversee the universe's inhabitants without interfering. Zamasu thinks that they should crush mortals that show no promise, but Gowasu explains that it's the job of the god of destruction to exterminate mortals. Zamasu wonders what he's been training for all this time, and Gowasu explains that the training is supposed to help him to find composure and tranquility within himself. Zamasu thanks his teacher for his guidance, and Gowasu asks Zamasu to get him some tea. Back at Capsule Corp, the Dragon team is playing a go-kart game, and Future Trunks wins. Beerus is annoyed that he lost and tells Whis that they're leaving. Future Trunks is glad to see that he can sit back and enjoy himself, and wishes for his world to be peaceful and fun once they get to defeat Goku Black. Future Trunks asks Goku and Vegeta to go with them to his future, to which they accept, and Vegeta tells Trunks that he's going to train with him tomorrow morning in the gravity room. Back in the 10th universe, Zamasu is watching God 2, more specifically the battle between Goku and Hit during the 6th and 7th universe tournament. Gowasu shows up and sees the video Zamasu is watching. Gowasu is in disbelief that Goku has achieved the power of a god, while Zamasu is surprised that even the Omni King showed up to the tournament. Near the end of the video, Zamasu sees large orange orbs and asks what they are. Gowasu explains that the enormous orbs are called Super Dragon Balls, and that they're capable of granting any wish. This information interests Zamasu. In the 7th universe on Earth at Capsule Corp, the next day has arrived. Future Trunks and Vegeta are training in the gravity room, while Goku is meditating waiting outside. Beerus and Whis are watching Goku's solo training when the Supreme Kai arrives. Beerus and Whis ask Supreme Kai about any gods with extreme ideologies revolving around the destruction of humanity. Supreme Kai thinks that Kibito might fill the requirements, given his discriminatory remarks against mortals, but isn't sure. Before they can investigate though, Whis receives a message from the Grand Priest. He tells Goku that the Omni King wants an audience with him, which in turn shocks Beerus. Goku of course doesn't want to go, but Beerus pressures him to do so and orders him to be on his best behavior. Beerus orders Whis to go with Goku as well while he remains on Earth, and the Supreme Kai takes Goku and Whis using teleportation. At the Omni King's palace, Supreme Kai, Goku, and Whis arrive. The Grand Priest welcomes the party and thanks them for coming. Whis and the Supreme Kai bow their heads to the Grand Priest while Goku casually greets him. Whis apologizes to the Grand Priest for Goku's improper clothing. However, the Grand Priest is fine with it since they're likely the nicest he's got. The Grand Priest shows Goku, Whis, and Supreme Kai to the Zeno's sanctum. Along the way, Whis notes that the Grand Priest is the strongest being he knows, and even he wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Seeing that he's that strong, Goku thinks about telling him about Goku Black, although Whis informs Goku that angels must remain neutral, meaning that the Grand Priest cannot help him. Inside the sanctum, Zeno is happy to see Goku and tells him that he wants him to be his friend. Goku is more than happy to be friends, but informs Zeno that he's extremely busy, and once he's finished, he'll play with him and bring more friends. Zeno is satisfied and gives Goku the Zeno button, a device which will summon him. After exiting the sanctum, Goku's party leaves the Zeno's palace. In the 10th universe within the realm of the Kais, Gowasu asks Zamasu for a cup of tea, only to see that he isn't around. He was actually on Zuno's planet, having some questions answered. Zuno tells Zamasu that he must gather up all 7 Super Dragon Balls in order to summon Super Shenron, who will grant any one wish he makes, and afterwards, the Super Dragon Balls will scatter across the 6th and 7th universes. Zamasu asks this question again, and Zuno answers that he must collect all 7, but they've been recently used and won't activate for quite a while. Zamasu asks how long the Super Dragon Balls will take to recharge, to which Zuno answers 1 year. Zamasu then demands the location of the Super Dragon Balls. In Earth's orbit, Beerus is becoming annoyed with waiting, but Goku's party appears before him. They go to Capsule Corp, with the Supreme Kai reminding Goku not to break his promise to Zeno, to which Goku replies that he won't. Before they can further discuss the identity of Goku Black though, Kibito and the Elder Kai arrive. Kibito explains that the Elder Kai received a message from Zuno, saying that Zamasu of the 10th universe came seeking details about the Super Dragon Balls. Kibito continues saying that Zamasu had many questions regarding Goku, one peculiar question being if it was possible for a normal person and a god to exchange bodies, which shocks the Dragon Team. The Dragon Team know now for a fact that the true identity of Goku Black is actually Zamasu, who stole Goku's body. However, this doesn't explain how Goku Black can travel through time, because he isn't a Supreme Kai and cannot use a time ring. To give further clarification, Whis asks Future Trunks about the color of Goku Black's Potara earring, to which Future Trunks confirms that the color of Black's earring is the same as
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Oh, come on!
That's a new power key. Place it now. This is bad. Somebody's down.
Thanks a lot.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
idea where the sea key is. Yeah.
What you fail to realize is that this race deserves to end. Well, what do you think of this color? Is it not beautiful?
Better he destroy that sea key because I have no idea where it was.
Use it to hold the enemy back. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Yo, Kenneth, what's up?
Bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. The escape time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there.
After him!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what
Get out of there,
danger
bro.
awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Oh, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end. Do or die!
Well, hopefully we have a better next match. Yeah, KO.
Already tell. I'm going to be sleeping soundly tonight.
Whis' illustration. Whis believes that Zamasu killed Gowasu in order to obtain the ability to use the time ring, which means present Gowasu is in danger. Beerus and Whis travel to Gowasu while future Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta prepare to use the time machine to go back to the future. In the 10th universe within the world of the Kais, Beerus and Whis meet with Gowasu and tell him that they wish to meet with Zamasu. However, Gowasu mentions that Zamasu isn't here at the moment, which doesn't inconvenience Beerus and Whis as they decide to wait. Future Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta use the time machine and go to the future, and the three investigate their surroundings. Suddenly, Future Trunks spots Mai and gives her a sensu bean, which saves her life, much to Trunks' relief. Future Trunks introduces Mai to the warriors who will help them, Goku and Vegeta. The two decide it's time to go and fight, and Vegeta asks Future Trunks and Mai to hide while they handle Goku Black. Trunks hangs back reluctantly, and Goku and Vegeta take off, landing in an uninhabited spot to avoid unnecessary damage to the city. Having detected two large power levels, Goku Black spots the two Saiyans. Black wonders why they're here, and Vegeta is pleased to see that Black looks exactly like Kakarot and wants to fight him first so that he can get the satisfaction of crushing someone with the same face as Goku. Vegeta and Goku Black transform into Super Saiyans and fight on equal terms. However, Vegeta turns the tide in battle by transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and easily overwhelms Goku Black. Back in Universe 10, Beerus and Whis finally meet the Zamasu of their time. Beerus questions Zamasu about what he's been doing, but before he can explain further, the Supreme Kai arrives and informs Gowasu that he's traveled to all universes and seen the various atrocities that Zamasu is about to commit. Gowasu is in disbelief and demands an explanation, but Zamasu states that his evil deeds are simply acts of justice. In the future, Goku Black continues to be overwhelmed by Vegeta, while in the present, Zamasu reveals his true colors. Beerus grabs hold of him and destroys Zamasu with a Kai, and back in the future, Vegeta is about to finish off Goku Black with a final flash, but is rescued by an unexpected ally. The one who saved Goku Black is Zamasu, telling Black that they're both required to fulfill the Zero Mortal plan, much to the Dragon Team's shock. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks are perplexed to see Zamasu standing alongside Black, who is supposed to be Zamasu inside Goku's body. Back in the present, Bulma informs Beerus that Goku and the others have already left for the future, and questions why there are two Zamasus, as this information was relayed by the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai explains that if the Zamasu that's inside Goku's body is from another world, then there would logically have to be a separate Zamasu there in Trunks' world. Vegeta pieces everything together as the two Zamasu wonder why these people have appeared in this timeline. Zamasu pulls out the time box, explaining that there are no major obstacles in the 5 parallel worlds, but is perplexed to see a 6th time ring inside the box. Vegeta remarks that his past self was probably killed by Beerus, meaning that there's now another world without Zamasu. Black finally concludes that these guys must have come from the past, and after a bit of posturing and back and forth, Vegeta blasts in on the offensive, but is ultimately cornered by Black, who's gotten stronger yet again. Black initially thought that simply stealing Goku's body would be enough to gain strength, but he couldn't originally transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone Blue. Realizing this is what led him to discovering the Saiyans' trademark, their true nature. The group is a bit confused, but Trunks wonders if he means how Saiyans power up after recovering from near-death experiences, and back in the present, the Supreme Kai explains that Black has been using this trait in conjunction with Zamasu's healing ability to continuously power up. Vegeta continues to get pummeled, prompting Goku to offer him a sensu bean. Vegeta and Black trade blows, but Black clearly has the upper hand. Trunks figures that his father and Goku are no longer able to exploit the Saiyan trait of powering up due to their constant training. Zamasu heals Black to full strength again, powering him up once more to a level that lower beings could never dream of. Black powers up and unlocks a new transformation, this time with pink hair as Goku observes. Zamasu notes that unlike others, when a deity powers up past Super Saiyan God, their hair becomes a pink color instead of blue. To go along with the existing naming customs of Goku and Vegeta, Black suggests the name Super Saiyan Rose for his new form. Goku and Vegeta, rather than teaming up, decide to split the fights. Vegeta will continue against Black, while Goku takes on Zamasu to prevent him from continuously healing Black. As Goku's battles seem to be going a little too well, Trunks notices that something is wrong. When Goku knocks back Zamasu's own levitating debris, the god is impaled, but laughing all the while. Zamasu simply removes the broken pole while his body heals back to normal. Zamasu reveals that he not only destroyed the Dragon Balls after using them, but used them one last time for a wish for immortality, much to the shock of Goku and Trunks. Zamasu then telekinetically rips the sensu beans away from Goku and destroys them. Zamasu exploits these powers against Goku while Black wails on Vegeta, who collapses to the ground unconscious. Trunks screams for everyone to retreat, while Black mocks him for helping him power up all this time. Desperate for a way out, Trunks yells for Goku and Mai to close their eyes as he unleashes a solar flare on Zamasu and Black. Trunks and the others escape underground, trying to work out a strategy. Goku thinks back to how Master Roshi and his master were able to seal up an awful villain in a rice cooker with a Mafuba, and figure they'll be able to do the same with Zamasu. Trunks Trunks then suggests hurrying back to the past to learn this technique, and the group carries on. Black is unable to sense the Saiyans since they're able to reduce their energy. Smirking though, Black is able to hone in on Mai's key signature and teleports away with Zamasu. The gods see hooded figure sneaking off, but it's just a decoy. Mai jumps out with her shotgun and a bunch of mannequins, while Trunks jumps in from behind with a surprise sword attack, impaling Zamasu yet again. Off in the distance, Goku apologizes to Trunks for leaving him behind to fight alone again, departing in the time machine with Vegeta while Trunks and Mai stay behind at the mercy of Zamasu and Black. As the present day Trunks beats up on Pilaf and Shu in an attempt to train, Mai is snapped out of a daydream by the time machine's reappearance. Much to everyone's surprise though, only Goku and Vegeta come out. Oh yeah, and the cat too. They explain that they had to leave future Trunks behind, but Goku says that he'll use this opportunity to learn the Mafuba. Goku believes they can travel back to the exact instance that they left, but Bulma explains that the machine is linked to the parallel timeline and not necessarily Trunks' future. Furthermore, it seems that the connection is weakening, so their next trip will be their last chance to make things right. The Supreme Kai abruptly gets up, though he explains that he's simply going to visit Gowasu in Universe 10 to offer his condolences and support, as well as fill him in on recent developments. Whis, however, doesn't appear to fully believe him. Beerus tells Goku and the others that he won't be going to the future, as he helped them out with Zamasu in this timeline, leaving the rest to them. Goku wonders what the future Whis would be doing, but Whis explains that Angel's jobs are simply suspended in the event that their respective god dies.
I'm sure this will make Lord Frieza very happy.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thank you very much.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
We might try to destroy this area. That's what they usually do.
Gotta get the hell out of
Yeah.
here!
Halt it.
Give me a freaking break.
That's a new power key. Place it now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're
Flying
going to help
Nimbus!
them. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Thanks.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
What's going on
Think
right now?
before rushing in.
Come on, better go save that level. Zero doesn't look like anyone's going to.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them,
3 players
watch out
already
for
though.
enemies.
Flying Nimbus!
gosh, I can't even hit this guy, bro. Gosh, ass teammates, bro. At least that guy helped. Okay, I think we have all 7 Dragon Balls. These guys play smart.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, and you're done. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
We were getting body cam, it looks like.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. We did it!
Bro, we almost got it, man. I needed like at least one more person to help. And we had all 7 Dragon Balls, but we didn't organize in time.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Uh-oh. Too close for comfort. Holy hell.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Consider it done.
Well, there goes that wish. Fuck it. Move on to the next match.
Truly leaving them with no godly allies in the future timeline. Vegeta departs, refusing to use a technique like the Mafuba and determined to kill Zamasu in black in his own way, regardless of Super Saiyan Rose. We then notice as Vegeta makes his way to the lookout. Back in the future timeline, Trunks continues to be viciously pummeled by Black, smirking though as he was able to get Goku and Vegeta out of harm's way. Mai runs in to try and assist, but Black retaliates with a wave from the eyes to knock her away. Trunks takes this opportunity to jump back with a solar flare, but Zamasu forces him to stop and dodge by throwing Trunks' own sword at him. Trunks, however, is still determined to put up a fight, while the two gods are equally determined to kill him. Black is ready to end Trunks, and though Mai still wants to help and tries to give him his sword, Trunks yells for her to get as far away as possible. As Black prepares to fire his attack down at Trunks, Gowasu suddenly appears with Universe 7 Supreme Kai, taking Trunks and Mai with them as they teleport away. Zamasu is confused, expecting them both to have already died off, but Black assumes that they must be versions of these gods from the past. Trunks is shocked to see the Supreme Kai, who is apparently apparently waiting for just the right opportunity to help. He reveals that he and Gowasu can travel with the help of the time rings, and Gowasu bows and profusely apologizes to Trunks, who himself is taken aback that a god would be apologizing to him. Here in the future realm of the Kais, where no one lives anymore courtesy of Zamasu's slaughter, the group can at least stay hidden until Goku and Vegeta return. Back in the present, Master Roshi watches as Goku practices the Mafuba, which he himself learned from his own master. Goku is having trouble mastering the technique, which then Roshi notes is because Goku is approaching it too roughly, causing him to miss the jar. Goku asks for him to just come and seal away Zamasu himself, but is told that the technique requires great strength, and if he were to attempt it, he'd fail and die. Goku is too wrapped up in his own head to hear the full story, so Roshi wanders back inside to make the necessary charm to seal Zamasu away. Back in the future timeline, Black and Zamasu discuss what their next course of action should be. They say that if the various Kais know of their plan, they could potentially tell Zeno, creating quite the terrible situation for them. They figure perhaps they should leave Earth and move to a different planet to continue their plan, but only after killing the remaining mortals on Earth first. The Supreme Kai watches over Trunks and Mai as they sleep, wishing Kibito were around to help heal them. Gowasu states that healing power was meant to assist them as Kais, and yet that same power was now being used for evil deeds. He begins to wonder whether the extent of their power should be limited going forward, but just then, the two gods realize that Black and Zamasu have begun exterminating the rest of humanity. Gowasu is determined to take responsibility for Zamasu, and despite the Supreme Kai's plea, he departs for Earth. As Black and Zamasu come across another building with survivors, Gowasu arrives to question his alternate timeline apprentice. The two argue over the meaning of a peaceful world, and how humans contribute to and simultaneously destroy this vision. Gowasu continues to appeal to Zamasu, but it's no use. The Supreme Kai, Trunks, and Mai then also arrive to stop Zamasu from interrupting Gowasu and Black's conversation. Gowasu extends a hand to Black, who slips by it to stab Gowasu through the chest, noting how this is the third time he's killed Gowasu. First his own master, then the future Zamasu's master, and now this Gowasu from the alternate past. As Gowasu's body tumbles down, Vegeta emerges from the hyperbolic time chamber while Goku has seemingly perfected the Mafuba. As the Supreme Kai swears revenge for the attack on Gowasu, Zamasu blasts in to simultaneously attack and chastise him. Trunks holds on to Gowasu, begging for him not to die. Gowasu then wakes up coughing, as he's alive for now. Trunks yells for Mai to escape with Gowasu, and charges in as a Super Saiyan to defend them. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta arrive back in the future. They notice everyone's alive, but some of their energy signatures are dropping. The two arrive in time, and Vegeta demands to take on Black, while Goku is to go use the Mafuba on Zamasu. Goku departs to first give Trunks a Senzu Bean, and though Zamasu fires a blast to stop him, Goku teleports away with both Trunks and the Supreme Kai. Mai runs into the trio and asks for a Senzu Bean to give to Gowasu. After a brief stare down, Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan God. Black believes Vegeta to have lost his mind in desperation, but at the same time, he's upset with how confident Vegeta appears to be using a supposedly weaker transformation. Vegeta dodges Goku Black's attacks, and Black recognizes that Vegeta's speed appears to have suddenly boosted. Vegeta then delivers a kick, sending Black flying and smashing into a building. Black appears to be losing his temper a bit, as he's still unable to pinpoint where Vegeta's boost may be coming from. While Vegeta and Black continue to square off, Goku uses a Senzu to heal Gowasu, reducing their beam count down to the last one. Goku confirms to Trunks that he's mastered the Mafuba, and opens a capsule containing the necessary jar. Meanwhile, the group notice that Vegeta is easily handling Black, despite being at a stage lower than Super Saiyan Blue. Goku explains that Vegeta isn't just using Super Saiyan God, but actually transforming up to Blue in the very last moment of his attack, thereby balancing his power and stamina during battle. Goku confirms he did a similar thing against Hit, but Vegeta appears to have mastered this balancing act on a whole new level. Zamasu flies in with a kick of his own to surprise Vegeta, and suggests that he and Black work together. Goku jumps in as well, determined to take on Zamasu and seal him away, though Black wonders what the jar on the battlefield might be for. Vegeta fires some blasts to regain Black's attention, and Zamasu doesn't appear to be worried, especially due to his immortality. Goku then uses the Mafuba, capturing Zamasu and perfectly landing him into the jar. Goku and Trunks struggle to tie up the jar's lid to keep Zamasu contained, but Goku bought a Hostess Bar discount coupon instead of the actual sealing charm, leaving Zamasu furiously bursting out of the jar. With no other choice, Goku himself transforms up to Super Saiyan God as to keep his stamina and prepares for battle. Zamasu tries to hold Goku in place, but the speed of Super Saiyan God is more than enough to get around it and deliver a few good punches. Goku seems to think that Vegeta will end his fight soon, and tries to talk Zamasu down a bit, describing how he's effectively being used by his other self. Goku continues to effortlessly handle Zamasu, which only proceeds to anger Black. It appears the two Zamasu are about to lose it with each other, when Black finally smiles and reminds the other Zamasu of their final resort. Goku realizes too late what the evil gods are up to, as the two Zamasu join bodies with their Patara earrings. And with that, the one god of all universes, Zamasu, is born. Goku and Vegeta now begin to face off against the Patara fusion of Goku Black and Zamasu. It appears as if Goku Goku and Vegeta are unable to land any worthwhile hits, but Goku finds an opening to deliver a Kamehameha, which blows a hole through Zamasu's chest. The hole closes right back up though, as Zamasu is just as immortal as before. Zamasu telekinetically grabs Goku and Vegeta by their throats and causes a massive explosion, maniacally laughing over his new godly power and reign. Zamasu then unleashes a devastating wave of blasts, and Goku blocks a few of them from hitting Trunks and the others. As he tries to tell them to get further away, the Supreme Kai hands Goku his Potara earrings. He says that if he and Vegeta fuse once more, Zamasu won't stand a chance against them. Vegeta initially refuses, restating how he'll never fuse again. Goku expected this answer though, and agrees with the sentiment. The two plan on fighting with their own individual power, even going as far as to decide who fights next. Goku steps up first and is pummeled by Kachin blocks thrown by fused Zamasu, which leaves Trunks feeling rather unsure about Goku's ability to win. Gowasu notes how much of a shame it is that the group seemingly won't last for another hour, because after all, that's how long Zamasu's fusion is going to last. Vegeta exclaims that he believed the fusion was supposed to be permanent, but Gowasu corrects him in that the permanence is only for gods of their Kai rank, and anyone else using the earrings will only last an hour. Even the Supreme Kai is a bit perplexed, now understanding the Vegito's separation in Buu's body must have been due to timing rather than other factors. Trunks is then determined to help for the next hour, for the sake of his entire world, but especially his late mother. Goku, out of power, debates whether or not to go ahead and eat the last sensu bean that they have. Vegeta arrives and demands the second earring from him. As Zamasu senses the two below him and prepares to kill them, an enormous blast flies out of the building and hits Zamasu, taking his entire right side with it. Someone begins talking, realizing aloud how Zamasu was able to regrow his arm. It was Vegito, the Potara fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Vegito explains how both of their fusions will only last an hour, chomps down on a sensu bean, and powers up into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegito's plan is to completely demolish Zamasu to the point to where there's nothing left to regenerate. Zamasu bursts from the ground and grabs Vegito by the legs, but the Saiyan fusion slices the god's hand straight off with his key sword. As Zamasu regenerates once more and prepares a barrage of Kachin blocks, Vegito powers up a final Kamehameha, but just as he's about to fire, the fusion suddenly splits apart, back to a separate Goku and Vegeta. Trunks and the others wonder why the fusion didn't last a full hour, and Zamasu resumes his attacks with teleportation-style punches and kicks appearing out of portals scattered around the two Saiyans. The Supreme Kai states that there are still 20 minutes left in Zamasu's fusion, saying how he's feeling regret for having taken up a rank of becoming supreme at this very moment, as if he'd remain an apprentice, he'd still have the power of restoration. Trunks perks up and explains that he had actually taken on the role of apprentice in his own timeline in order to do battle with Deborah. Courtesy of the special dance, Trunks does indeed have this special power. This is likely why he was able to unknowingly heal Mai and Gowasu when they suffered what would have otherwise been fatal blows. Just then, Vegeta is knocked into the air, prompting Trunks to grab him and bring him back to the group. The Supreme Kai explains that Trunks will only be able to heal one person as powerful as a Super Saiyan Blue, so he'll have to choose between Goku or Vegeta. Vegeta concedes, telling Trunks to heal Kakarot, as he's the only one able to take on Zamasu in Super Saiyan Blue right now. Vegeta then interrupts Zamasu's brutal assault on Goku, tossing him down to Trunks. Zamasu goes after Vegeta, failing to realize this is all a distraction. Trunks takes the opportunity to heal Goku back to normal, just as Vegeta is mercilessly beaten unconscious. As Goku prepares to take Zamasu on another round, Trunks uses a little bit of his remaining energy to at most wake his father back up. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, but suddenly collects himself and enters what seems to be a quiet, calm stance. Goku charges in, able to dodge several attacks while managing to land a hit of his own while taking a portal punch to the face. Vegeta comments that Kakarot's managed to seal all of Super Saiyan Blue's overflowing power, meaning he's now completed it and is able to fight at the form's full strength. Goku continues to fight equally against Zamasu, even managing to stop and deflect a massive energy blast. Vegeta wonders how long Kakarot will be able to last like this, while Goku himself appears to twitch now as his body is starting to break. Zamasu, however, is already back to normal. Goku continues his next round against fused Zamasu, struggling against the god's telekinetic powers, but still managing to land an occasional attack. Zamasu rips his shirt off in disbelief over the damage his body is taking, while Goku simultaneously is struggling to maintain his power and composure. Zamasu screams that he'll take out everyone along with the entire galaxy and rushes at Goku, who flies in with an unexpected technique, the same destruction that Beerus used against Zamasu earlier in the timelines. As part of Zamasu's body begins to disappear, he uses a portal to grab Mai and shove her in front of the technique, forcing Goku to stop. Zamasu then kicks Goku aside and regenerates the missing part of his body. Trunks tries to rush Zamasu, but is easily knocked aside, and Vegeta can now tell that the battle is nearing its end. Suddenly, Zamasu starts tearing in half, symbolizing the completed hour of his fusion. However, the two halves seem as though they're rejecting the split. Gowasu theorizes that since the two are technically the same person, they may have somehow joined on a cellular level due to the fusion. Trunks jumps in once again though, this this time managing to slice Zamasu in his 2 individual halves. Trunks then proceeds to stab his sword into a defeated Goku Black's chest. It finally appeared as though the fight was over, but Black fires a blast at Trunks and stands back up, with the sword still impaled through him. Both Black and Zamasu transform into merged Zamasu versions of themselves, who then begin another assault on Goku. With Goku and Trunks down, Vegeta explodes into a rage towards the gods, kicks Goku aside, and unleashes a Gamma Burst Flash. In the wake of the blast, detached body parts of the gods wiggle on the ground in an attempt to reform. The Supreme Kai tries to get the others to teleport away with them, but before everyone's eyes, there are suddenly numerous fused Zamasus that have reformed, much to the group's surprise. All of the fused Zamasu rush in, and the Supreme Kai teleports Goku and Vegeta to safety, as he and Gowasu plan to escape with the Time Ring, while Goku and Vegeta should use the Time Machine. Zamasu is determined to kill them, however, and the clones surround the heroes. Zamasu then reveals that he has a time machine used in Universe 12, thanks to the information he received from Gowasu, which he intends to use to follow the group to any and every timeline they go to in order to eliminate them with the rest of humanity. Goku and Vegeta decide to stick around and fight to the bitter end, telling Trunks to return to his mother in the time machine. The two begin to power up without any real battle plan, when Goku suddenly remembers the Omni King. He asks the Supreme Kai whether or not he'd still be around in the future, to which he replies that nobody can beat him, so most likely he's still around. Smirking, Goku takes out the button that can call Zeno and presses it to immediately summon him. Goku quickly introduces himself, as this particular Zeno hasn't actually met him before. Zeno doesn't appear to like what he sees in the future, prompting Goku to point to Zamasu as the culprit. Goku eggs Zeno on further, asking if he wants to erase them all. The Omni King agrees, preparing to eliminate the timeline altogether, much to the surprise of everyone. All of the Zamasu flee in terror, while Goku and the team make their escape in the time machine. Without any hesitation, Zeno erases the timeline along with Zamasu, and the others narrowly manage to escape. We then see a time ring crack and fizzle away, symbolizing the elimination of a parallel world. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks safely arrive back in the normal timeline with the Supreme Kai and Gowasu not far behind. Everyone greets their loved ones and enjoys a relaxing dinner while relaying the story to Whis and Beerus. And even though there's technically nothing left in that world, Goku still asks to use the time machine for one last thing, to recover the Omni King in future Trunks' erased timeline. After a quick introduction back at home, the future Omni King is brought to the present day Omni King. As the two new friends run off, the Grand Priest asks if this was Whis' idea, in which he denies, saying it's Goku's. The Grand Priest acknowledges his enviousness of Universe 7, to which Whis follows up saying that the Grand Priest, otherwise known as his father, can visit anytime. Gowasu departs back to Universe 10, although not without a stern recommendation from Beerus to be more careful with future apprentices. Trunks and Mai want to return to some point in their future, to which Whis says it's possible, prompting Beerus to argue with him over the creation of an additional parallel world. The Supreme Kai tells Trunks to speak with the Beerus in that timeline so they can take care of Zamasu should he prove to be a problem there. It's then stated that another set of Trunks and Mai will also be present in this new timeline, which doesn't seem to bother the two. The Supreme Kai asks if Trunks would like to stay as his apprentice, but Trunks states that he only took the role in order to defeat Babidi and Deborah. The younger present-day Trunks and Mai see off their older selves, with the younger Mai finally realizing and admitting her interest in the younger Trunks. With their final goodbye said, Trunks and Mai depart, bidding a farewell to the Dragon Team and ready to begin a new adventure. The Tournament of Power takes place after the events of the Goku Black arc. Following the fight with Zamasu, life back on Earth returns to normal. Goku's back to his job as a delivery driver, and he stops his truck to help someone on the side of the road, but is attacked by carjackers. Unwilling to give up his truck, Goku easily dodges all of the robbers' attacks and gunshots, except for one bullet which manages to graze his arm. Goku says to himself that he's getting out of shape, and then goes to drop off the criminals at the police station, receiving a bounty that he believes will be enough to please his wife Chi-Chi, who will allow him to continue his training. Goku then attempts to call Whis through his communication device, but for some reason he's not answering. We cut to Beerus' planet, as Whis is busy training Vegeta. Beerus comments that Vegeta seems more into the training than usual, the Oracle Fish then stating that it's because Goku was stronger than him during the battle with Zamasu. Fed up with the Saiyans' rivalry nonsense and disregarding the Fish's prophecy of them one day becoming his strongest rivals, Beerus attempts to leave for a nap. The Oracle Fish insists, however, that Goku and Vegeta will indeed be his strongest rivals. Unable to accept what he's hearing, Beerus immediately switches gears, insisting that Vegeta attempt to challenge him again. Vegeta agrees and rushes in as a Super Saiyan Blue. Beerus acknowledges the newfound power, but states that this is just a mere power-up from Super Saiyan God and still isn't enough to reach his level. Beerus continues to easily dodge each of Vegeta's attacks, eventually slapping him into the water with just his tail. Calmly rising himself out of the water, Vegeta calms his spirit in Super Saiyan Blue, similar to Goku in his battle with merged Zamasu. Whis wonders when Vegeta learned to do this, but Vegeta simply responds that if Kakarot can do it, so can he. Beerus resumes the fight, and it appears that Vegeta has already improved a bit more. Whis notes that Vegeta appears to have complete control over Super Saiyan Blue now, and that perhaps Goku is no longer ahead of him anymore. The Oracle Fish wonders if Beerus is actually taking the fight seriously, and Whis reveals he's still playing around, but he should probably sharpen up soon, or he'll eventually take a hit and lose his temper. And just like that, Vegeta lands a clean punch to Beerus' face, surprising the Oracle Fish and Whis. Beerus, however, ferociously grips Vegeta's hand and tells him not to get overconfident. The Oracle Fish foresees the coming events and tells Whis to create a barrier, but the angel seems to have misplaced his staff. With a massive explosion, Beerus slams Vegeta into the ground, stating the Saiyan got carried away while he was going easy on him. The deity then states that Vegeta has certainly improved and could perhaps be a candidate for a god of destruction in another universe, but he still has a long way to go before catching up to him. Whis chats with Vegeta, telling him that he did well, but notes that he still thinks first and moves later, which is limiting to his fighting style. Rather, he needs to let every part of his body think and move on its own, which is something not even Beerus himself has mastered. Vegeta states that he still has a long way to go, then saying that he and Kakarot are equals, but they're far from reaching their full potential. Whis asks Vegeta if he would like to intensify his training, but the Saiyan states he needs to return to Earth and won't be coming back for a while. Goku finally gets his call through to Whis and says he'd like to meet up to train and invite Vegeta along, but Whis responds that Vegeta is already on Beerus' planet, but is just about to leave. Goku and Whis question Vegeta's departure, and it's then revealed that his second child is about to be born. 1 hour later, Whis and Vegeta arrive back on Earth. Goku questions Vegeta not coming along again, but the Saiyan Prince says he doesn't want to leave Bulma during her pregnancy. Goku still doesn't understand what that has to do with Vegeta, and then states he wasn't around when Goten or Gohan were born. Vegeta then claims that Goku may not be a bad person, but he's a horrible father. Goku then tells Vegeta not to get mad if he winds up stronger than him and departs with Whis, leaving Vegeta to convince himself that he made the right decision. Goku, Beerus, and Whis enjoy some Earth food before moving on to training and nap time. Before Beerus steps away though, Goku wants to talk about the promise they made to the Omni King about the Universal Tournament, but Beerus demands they drop the issue and not bother Zeno. Even Whis agrees, as they explain that the Omni King's purity is what makes him so scary. He has the power to destroy an entire universe, and this must not be treated lightly. Goku, however, still has the device given to him when future Trunks appeared, with one side summoning the Omni King and the other side allowing him to transport to him. With a smirk, Goku flips the device, presses the button, and disappears, much to Beerus' shock. Beerus seems to take responsibility for the situation, given he was the reason Goku was introduced to the Omni King in the first place during the tournament between universes 6 and 7. We then cut to Zeno's palace, as the present and future Omni Kings seem to be engaged in a game against each other, but they pause to ask the Grand Priest about the mortal levels in the different universes. As expected, Universe 1 is leading, followed by Universe 12. There haven't been significant changes in the other universes, and some are revealed to have even declined slightly. The Omni Kings decide that they don't need all 12 universes and lose interest in observing them, then collectively agreeing to keep only 4 universes and erase the rest. The Grand Priest agrees and requests the withdrawal of the guide angels from those universes. Just as their plans seem to be set in motion, Goku arrives and asks the Omni King for a favor. The Saiyan mentions that they discussed the Universal Tournament, and he wants to know if they'll be able to get it going. The respective Omni Kings seem to have forgotten, but they decide to proceed with it soon. The Grand Priest suggests giving the other universes some time to prepare, and they settle on starting the tournament in 5 ticks, which equates to roughly 40 hours in Earth time. Goku plans to get ready immediately, but the Grand Priest informs him that he must wait while he informs the other gods of destruction. Using his staff, the Grand Priest contacts all the guide angels. Various gods of destruction receive the message, including Goasu from Universe 10, who's being scolded by his god of destruction over the Zamasu incident. One god of destruction, Belmod from Universe 11, is surrounded by a group of women when he's contacted. When Belmod's angel attendant tries to inform him about the Grand Priest's call though, one of the surrounding women get angry and threatens the angel with a knife. Belmod erases the woman, mentioning he was about to destroy the entire planet anyway. Back at Zeno's palace, the Grand Priest summons all the angels, gods of destruction, and Supreme Kai of their respective universes. The Supreme Kai from Universe 8 though plans to arrive a little bit later as he's using the bathroom. The gods then appear before the Grand Priest, Omni Kings, and Goku, lined up on both sides of the room, kneeling in formation. Belmod, the god of destruction from Universe 11, brings along Toppo, a warrior who's revealed to be a candidate to become the next god of destruction upon Belmod's retirement. The gods from Universe 8 then arrive, completing the audience. The Grand Priest then announces that in 5 ticks, they'll hold the Tournament of Power with participants from each universe. The seemingly robotic god of destruction Moscow from Universe 3 expresses concern over the limited preparation time, but the universe's angel quickly lies, stating that the god of destruction believes it's wonderful to to participate so soon to avoid being erased by the Omni Kings. The present-day Omni King then points to the future Omni King, indicating that he's unaware of what's happening as he's never seen any battles. The Grand Priest then suggests holding a Zen exhibition match and promptly creates the tournament arena, then inviting all the gods of destruction to enter the stage and prepare to fight one another. As the deities show signs of shock and hesitation at this unusual request, one of the Omni Kings urges them to hurry up. The Grand Priest explains that everyone must give it their all during the fight or they'll face erasure at the hands of the Omni Kings. Beerus gets into an argument concerning strength with Quintella, the god of destruction from Universe 4, who apparently beat him in an arm wrestling contest once before. Goku then cheers on Beerus, who chastises him as he's the one responsible for this mess in the first place. He immediately regrets this though, as upon hearing this, the other gods of destruction all turn their attention to Beerus, stating that he's dug his own grave as none of them would be here if it wasn't for him. They also point out that this isn't the first time his actions have put everyone in a position of being erased. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 inquires about this, and Whis explains to both him and Goku that long ago, they once held a universal game of hide and seek at the request of the Omni King. Unfortunately, the game was cancelled though, because Beerus fell asleep for 50 years after hiding. The Omni Kings became furious, and the other universes all had to work really hard to please him to avoid erasure. As such, the gods of destruction all held a grudge against Beerus ever since. Before the exhibition begins, as expected, all the gods of destruction decide to attack Beerus together. The Grand Priest begins the match and everyone rushes in, as Beerus is able to dodge most of their attacks, with Whis mentioning to Goku that his body can sense attacks while making the decision to dodge all on its own. Moscow, however, ends up grabbing Beerus between his hands, and Whis points out that even Beerus isn't perfect. Beerus breaks free and disappears right before taking attacks from 3 gods of destruction at once. Some of the other gods fly into the air to deal with him, but mistakenly attack Champa instead of Beerus, who then appears under a fallen Moscow and takes the opportunity to fire a massive blast their way, though Sidra, the god of destruction from Universe 9, creates a barrier to protect them. Belma then jumps in and quickly kicks Sidra away, noting how he left himself open, and after all, only one universe can be the winner here. All the while, both the Omni Kings along with Goku all appear to be more and more excited over the prospect of the tournament. Belma traps all the gods of destruction in a series of bubbles and throws a fury of playing card looking energy shots at them, but Liquor, the god of destruction from Universe 8, is able to break free and uses his multiple tails to shoot blasts at Belmont, creating a giant explosion. Liquor, however, is caught off guard by Hellas, the god of destruction from Universe 2, who quickly shoots an arrow at him as it appears to strike his head, but it actually pierced his arm, much to his anger. The god of destruction from Universe 10, known as Ramush, then freezes everyone in their tracks with his battle roar before rushing in to attack. The surrounding Supreme Kai from other universes suddenly faint, and even Goku says he can't feel his body. Whis then reveals that Ramush possesses the greatest lungs in all the universes, and his screams are powerful enough to paralyze the nerves of anyone who hears it, although the angels themselves aren't affected. He then goes on to say that even the gods of destruction should barely be standing, as we cut to Champa and the other gods who stand frozen as Ramush rushes in, knocking the lot of them away. The gods continue their battle, and at this point, even Goku is having a hard time making sense of the ridiculous power and insanity of the match. As they continue their assault on each other, the Omni Kings state that they can't see anything and become bored at witnessing an arena full of battle dust. We then cut to Quintilla, who deals a shocking blow to Iwan, the god of destruction from Universe 1, seemingly knocking him out. He then turns his attention to Beerus, who knocks out Ramush. The two trash talk a bit and rush in to settle the score, but the Grand Priest stops their punches with a mere finger, surprising them. The angel states that the exhibition match was too intense for the Omni Kings to enjoy and cancels it, as we witness Belmont smiling on the ground, who doesn't appear to be battle damaged at all. As the universe's angels heal their respective gods of destruction, the Omni Kings consider throwing out the entire idea of a tournament and just erasing the unwanted universes as discussed. However, Goku urges them to reconsider, as after all, fights between mortals won't be at the level of the gods of destruction. The Omni King then tells Goku to show them how he fights, and the Grand Priest calls Toppo from Universe 11 as his opponent. In order to make the match more interesting for the Omni Kings, the Grand Priest announces that flying, weapons, and killing will all be prohibited, and the first person to touch the outside of the ring will be the loser. Whis is then questioned by Korn, the angel of Universe 11, on Goku's manners toward the Omni King. Whis, however, explains that Goku actually helped the Omni King once, and so there's familiarity between them, shocking Korn. Toppo wonders whether Goku is also a candidate to become a god of destruction, but Goku responds that he has no interest in that and simply wants to get stronger. As the fight begins, Goku rushes in as a regular Super Saiyan, Whis figuring the Saiyan is likely doing this to observe his opponent. With no attacks landing, Toppo tells Goku to get serious. Meanwhile, the future Omni Omni King is impressed by Goku's transformations, and the present Omni King says that Goku has even more in store for them. The Grand Priest asks Whis how many transformations Goku has, to which the angel replies 5 total. The Omni Kings happily say they want to see them all, and Whis instructs Goku to display all his transformations in this fight, to which he agrees. Goku then transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, but the Omni Kings don't feel anything different from the first transformation. Nervous about upsetting them, Beerus yells for the Saiyan to go Super Saiyan 3, to which the Omni Kings think it looks scary and fun. Goku rushes in, but is still unable to land anything against Toppo, who finally responds with impressive speed and punches of his own. Goku is forced to ramp things up again, this time to Super Saiyan God, which even the gods of destruction and Toppo acknowledge as having the feeling of a true deity. Toppo, however, refuses to lose and lures Goku into the air, but the Grand Priest reminds him that flying is prohibited. Before he can process another thought though, Toppo fires a blast at the Saiyan and knocks him out of the air, but he quickly recovers and launches himself back in. The two launch a fury of attacks at one another, and the Omni Kings acknowledge how amazing both fighters are. Beerus then stating that Goku is finally a match for Toppo now that he's a Super Saiyan God. Beerus then yells for Goku to stop playing and turn Super Saiyan Blue to finish the match, but as Goku transforms and pulls back a punch, Toppo lands a massive kick to Goku's stomach, launching him out of the ring and declaring Toppo the winner. Goku states he's impressed with Toppo's power, but the man reveals that he's only the second strongest warrior from Universe 11. He mentions a stronger warrior named Jiren and says that he's even stronger than him, surprising Goku. Toppo states he has a long way to go before he could reach Jiren's strength, and further goes on to say that based on combat skill alone, Jiren is stronger than Universe 11's God of Destruction, Belmont. Goku attempts to comprehend how there could possibly be someone stronger than Toppo in Universe 11, especially since he's a candidate for a God of Destruction. However, the Saiyan is excited for the tournament and the possibility of there being so many strong guys out there, Toppo then thinking Goku is quite odd. The Grand Priest speaks with the Omni Kings in the background and announces a change to the rules of the Tournament of Power. He says that each universe shall select 10 competitors and that knocking an opponent out of the ring is the method for disqualification. The tournament will last 100 tacks, or approximately 48 minutes, and will be a battle royale with all opponents fighting in the ring together at the same time. The team with the most remaining fighters at the end will be declared the winner, or in the case that only one fighter is left, that fighter's universe will be the winner. Additionally, the Super Dragon Balls will be given to the last man standing, and as such, the Grand Priest asks Champa to hand over the 3 he's already collected in secret, and they'll gather the remaining ones. The Universe 3 Supreme Kai asks if the winning universe itself will gain anything as a reward, but the Grand Priest explains that they'll receive nothing. Instead, the losing universes will be erased by the Omni King one by one. However, universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 will be exempt from the tournament due to their higher mortal level, which means that only 5 universes total will remain in the end. The erasure of the losing universes will include all of the gods and exclude angels, of course, which further puts everyone into a panic. Beerus wonders if their mortal level is actually that low, and Whis explains that their universe ranks 3.18, which is the second lowest rating. With a little under 39 hours until the tournament begins in the world of Void, the Grand Priest tells everyone to begin gathering their team, then adding that the use of weapons and medicine is forbidden, so anyone who's caught using them will be immediately disqualified. The Grand Priest then teleports everyone back to their homes to begin recruiting their teammates. Beerus slaps Goku in the head, furious with their predicament, though the Supreme Kai rightfully notes it sounds like the Omni Kings were going to erase the universes anyway before deciding on the tournament, so Goku's suggestion gave them a literal fighting chance to save themselves. Beerus, however, doubts their universe's chances to win, since Goku was defeated by Toppo moments ago. Goku suggests going to ask Zeno to call off the plans for erasure, but Whis advises against this, stating that the Omni Kings and Grand Priest have made up their minds, and if Goku tries to change things now, he may offend them and get himself erased. Beerus delivers another "I told you so" to Goku, and since the best fighters are probably on Earth anyway, they decide to make their way to Bulma's to eat up and start planning. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, Belmont is relatively unfazed by their predicament, fully confident in Toppo and the Pride Troopers, so long as the mysterious fighter Jiren participates. Back at Capsule Corp, Vegeta and Bulma are in disbelief at Goku's incompetence. The group then discussed that since there's no written exam this time like in the Universe 6 and 7 tournament, they can bring Boo along to fight. Vegeta, of course, is a natural choice to add to the team, but the Saiyan refuses as his second child still hasn't been born yet. Whis then appears holding a blanket and with a quick motion of his eyes, delivers the baby immediately from Bulma. With Vegeta now able to participate, the group moves on to figuring out the rest of their team. Apparently, there are only 28 planets in Universe 7 with life on them, as planets Sadala, Vegeta, and Namek have all been destroyed. However, Supreme Kai had not observed all of them in terms of of combat strength, excluding them from consideration. We suggest they continue from the previous tournament's team of Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Buu. Goku then suggests Monaka, but Beerus forbids it, saying Monaka is sick. Vegeta questions if Gohan can fight, but Goku is unsure. Goku states they should bring Goten and Trunks, but Vegeta says to leave the kids out of it. Goku then figures they can bring Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin instead, along with his wife number 18. Vegeta figures that if they decide to bring 18 along, they should also bring number 17. However, Bulma wonders if he's still evil, and on top of that, they have no idea where he might be, so Goku takes off to ask number 18 about him. Over in Universe 11 on planet Boss, the Pride Troopers fight against a giant crab monster. A big-eared trooper known as Dispo rushes in to save a child, and Toppo arrives to shoot the monster's claw off. Toppo wonders where Jiren is, and Dispo explains that he's off on a distant planet named Tawale recapturing aliens, aiming to return once the situation is under control. Suddenly, the crab monster fires an enormous amount of foam from his mouth, trapping everyone around him. Dispo tries to attack, but Toppo advises against it as he might hurt the civilians in the process. As the situation seemed to spiral out of control, suddenly, Toppo notices something flying toward them in the distance. It was a hero who'd arrived, completely smashing the monster through the planet's floor and shrinking him down to size with ease, eliminating the threat. It was Jiren, the warrior Toppo had mentioned, who'd finished taking care of the alien threat and flew to the Pride Troopers' location on his own. We cut back to Belmont, who explains that Jiren has devoted himself to justice, doesn't act on self-interest, and won't even kill bad guys. There is one thing that can bait him into joining the tournament though, and that's the Super Dragon Balls that can grant him any wish of his choice. Belmont then tells the Supreme Kai to take him to Jiren so he can convince him. Back on planet Boss, Jiren initially declines to participate in the Tournament of Power when asked by Toppo, stating that he won't save their own universe at the cost of others being erased. However, from above, Belmont appears, stating that Jiren's wish could come true should they win. After some thought on his mysterious wish, Jiren decides to participate, but only on the condition that he will return to Universe 11 should any trouble occur while he's away. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, a special television broadcast showcases Earth's hero Hercule taking on and defeating Cell. Hercule, now on live TV, comments to the interviewers how many miracles took place back then more than 10 years ago, including the resurrection of all the people killed by Cell. Watching the broadcast from their home, Krillin comments to his family how it was the Z Fighters who asked Shenron to bring them back. The interviewer then asks for a comment on the mysterious young man who was seen standing in the spot where Cell disappeared, but Hercule says it's fake news and reiterates that Cell is totally gone for good. Upon hearing that Hercule saved the Earth yet again 7 years later in the battle with Majin Buu, number 18 turns the television off. Goku then arrives at their home, intent on asking Krillin and 18 to participate in the upcoming tournament. Unwilling to tell the two of their universe's potential erasure per Beerus' instruction, Goku eventually settles on a lie, stating each participant will win 10 million zeni each, which convinces 18 to get involved. Goku inquires where 17 is so he can invite him to participate as well, but 18 only knows that he's working in some wildlife sanctuary, but doesn't know the name. Krillin says to ask Dende as he can see everything from the sky, and Goku heads off to recruit his remaining teammates. Upon Goku's arrival to the lookout, Dende tells Goku that he's already aware of the trouble they're in, having figured something was up when Beerus and the Supreme Kai had arrived on Earth. Mr. Popo states that this is all Goku's fault, but Dende admits that it's also thanks to Goku that they have a fighting chance at all. Dende agrees to show Goku where number 17 is, and the lookout begins flying off to the south, much to Goku's surprise. As they travel, Goku wonders why 17 became a good guy, to which Dende explains that Krillin's wish for the bombs to be removed from he and 18 triggered him to regain his humanity, so to speak. Dende further explains that it seems that number 17 is even stronger than he was back then, and it would be terrible if he were still their enemy. Goku seems surprised by this, to which Popo notes that Goku's been too preoccupied with all the matters in space that he's been neglecting what's been happening back on Earth. That aside, Dende goes on to ask Goku if he knows of a boy with extraordinary abilities living in a small village to the south, but Goku is unaware of who he's referring to. This prodigy is revealed to be Oob, the reincarnation of Majin Buu, otherwise remembered as the most formidable enemy Goku's ever faced. Dende tells Goku that he must train him someday to use his power for good, and the Saiyan says that he'll remember. As they arrive above the island in question, Goku quickly flies down to search for number 17. He's surrounded on the ground by wildlife, only to be caught up in the next moment in a gang of poachers chasing after them. Goku has no idea what 17 looks like and assumes that one of the head poachers is him. The poachers, however, spot the actual number 17 and open fire, only to be easily handled and tossed into the distance. Number 17 glares at Goku and attacks him, believing he's one of the poachers, and the two trade blows as Goku powers up to Super Saiyan 2 and eventually Super Saiyan 3. 17 surprisingly holds his own and knocks Goku to the island floor, although the Saiyan uses instant transmission before he can damage the habitat. Goku attempts to talk to 17 peacefully, but the android blows him away with a ki attack. As he then attempts to launch a large energy sphere toward the Saiyan, Goku yells to 17, introducing himself. Goku's voice and appearance are now familiar to number 17, having witnessed him inside Cell during the final battle. Goku tells 17 he needs to talk to him, but the park ranger states he needs to wrap things up with the poachers first. Later that evening and night, after dealing with the remaining poachers, 17 declines to participate in the tournament, saying he has to protect the wildlife at all times. Goku understandably becomes persistent and desperate under the circumstances, then stating that everyone's lives are on the line. 17 demands an explanation, and even after explaining everything, including the potential erasure of the universe, number 17 still refuses to participate, figuring if they all get erased, at least they'll all die together. However, upon hearing that Krillin will be fighting, 17 begins to change his mind as he feels he owes Krillin a favor, being as though he was responsible for removing the bomb from his body over 10 years ago. Goku also explains the benefit of the Super Dragon Balls for the tournament's winner, and 17 says he'd love a cruiser to sail around on with his family. Goku's surprised that 17 didn't want to wish for anything like world domination and offers to give him the Super Dragon Balls even if he isn't the last one standing out of their universe's contestants. Back at the TV studio, Hercule leaves to check in with Boo, who's unfortunately fallen into a deep slumber. While he normally only goes to sleep for moments at a time, every so often he goes into a 2-month hibernation. Hercule calls Bulma to let her and the others know, distracting her from thinking about Yamcha as a possible team member. Beerus threatens to throw Boo out of bed, and Hercule offers to participate in his place, although Vegeta declines his offer immediately. The group are down to only 8 competitors now, so Vegeta suggests they get Gohan. Whis calls Goku to relay the news, and the Saiyan heads to Piccolo, who wants Goku to grab him some sensu beans in preparation to train Gohan for the Tournament of Power. Over in Universe 6, Kappa visits his homeworld planet Sadala at Champa's insistence to gather the best fighters, unconcerned of whether they're good or bad guys. The Saiyan notices a vehicle drive by that should be one of their own, and the two men discuss being in someone named Caulifla's territory, but remember they're soldiers of the Sadala army after all. Their car comes to a sudden stop when a woman appears in front. It's revealed to be Caulifla herself, and she demands the men hand everything they have over to her and her 3 partners. Though one of the men know of Caulifla's strength, the other grows upset and attacks the woman, who easily dodges the punch and slams the man into a nearby building. As she and her pals go through the Sadala army's stuff, they realize the bags are filled with food and jewels meant to be tributes to the king of Sadala himself. The attacked man then pulls out a gun, which disappears just as quickly as he drew it, as one of the other women with Caulifla casually holds it behind her back and proceeds to crush it with ease. Caulifla and the others leave to sort through the loot when Kaba appears at the door, shooting a key blast to shoot a gun out of one of the hoodlums' hands. Kaba presumes the woman in charge is Caulifla, and she remains unfazed. Back in Universe 7, Supreme Kai wonders if the other universes have chosen their warriors yet, as Bulma walks by to find he and Whis conversing, wondering if they'll be getting any sleep. Whis states he has no need for sleep, and Supreme Kai is still worrying over the selection process of suitable warriors for Universe 7. Back to Universe 6, Kaba is clearly making little progress with Caulifla, as he's seen flying through the air following an attack from her. Caulifla expresses no interest in joining the tournament unless Kaba can somehow force her to, although she has yet to meet a single Saiyan who can manage to defeat her. Kaba then transforms into a Super Saiyan and quickly moves behind Caulifla, who's now unable to keep up with his attacks. Kaba references the transformation by name and states the Saiyans of Universe 7 can all do this, further confusing Caulifla. Following an extended series of attacks, Kaba stops short of delivering a final blow to Caulifla, instead extending his hand to show one of the stolen jewels she had around her neck. Caulifla's cohorts watch on as Kaba demands its return and further explains their situation as once again, the tournament will consist of other Saiyan warriors who have evolved even further than them. Kaba then promises to teach Caulifla how to transform if she joins their team, and she agrees. In the meantime, somehow one of Caulifla's cohorts has stolen the jewel back again from Kaba without his noticing, leaving him in awe. Back in Universe 7, Beerus wakes up at Capsule Corp to find Krillin there, who states that Master Roshi will also be joining them. Krillin then mentions what some of them will be doing with the prize money, which confuses Vegeta. An hour later, Goku returns from Tien's house after convincing him to join the team, and Krillin gets upset with him for lying about the true stakes of the Tournament of Power power, but ultimately agrees to still fight. To smooth things over, Bulma offers to still pay 18 and Roshi, assuming Universe 7 wins, pleasing Goku but annoying her. The group still needs an additional teammate though. Goku states he wishes he'd asked Future Trunks to stay a bit longer, and Beerus notices that everyone they've chosen is from Earth, no thanks in part to Frieza and his army being wiped out. Goku then gets the bright idea to bring Frieza back from the dead to fight with them, shocking everyone in the room. The group explains that they wouldn't have enough time to gather the Dragon Balls to revive him, but Goku states that they could use fortune teller Baba to bring him to Earth for 24 hours, same as she did with him and Vegeta during their battle with Boo. Vegeta questions Goku's desperation, assuming they'd still be able to win with their team as it stands already. Goku, however, admits that he already lost to someone in Universe 11, and apparently the universe seems to have an even stronger ally than that on their side. To confirm, Goku asks Whis if there are stronger warriors than Universe 7 out there, and Whis explains that he doesn't really make it his business to know about them, but it's possible that some warriors could be participating that no one's ever seen or heard of before. In Universe 6, Kaba travels off with Caulifla, who's apparently mastered the new Super Saiyan transformation already. Kaba notes that Universe 7's warriors apparently had a lot of trouble with it, which prompts Caulifla to note that she's more talented than them. In the back seat, Kaba's also asked one of Caulifla's cohorts, Kale, to tag along as they need all the help they can get. Caulifla admits that Kale is promising, but still has a ways to go, and she nervously acknowledges the statement. Back in Universe 7, Krillin concedes that they may need Frieza, and even Vegeta is willing to go along with the plan. Beerus comments on how low Universe 7's fallen to be recruiting dead people, though Whis sees it as a unique move and says they should wait to see how this plays out. Down in Frieza's own personal hell, the Tyrant awakens from a flashback of his loss against Vegeta and Goku to a scene of parading fairies and Goku himself standing before him, commenting on how nice things are down there. Goku then offers Frieza a chance to get out for the next 24 hours, but Frieza can tell there's more to the story than he's letting on. The next morning, Goku has still not arrived back with Frieza. The others have all gathered though: Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, number 18, number 17, Tien Shenhan, and Master Roshi. Vegeta comments on Gohan's growth and assures 17 that his island is in good hands with Trunks, who'd been trusted along with Goten to watch over it to make sure poachers don't hurt the wildlife. In Goku's absence, the group assumes he failed to get their last member. Tien assumes that Goku is off getting Yamcha and says if it comes down to it, he'll go to get Chaozu himself. Just then, fortune teller Baba appears with Goku and Frieza, each looking rather beaten as the group is shocked by Frieza's presence yet again. Goku apparently had to do some persuading to get him to tag along, and Piccolo throws them each a sensu, stating they need to get moving. As Vegeta mocks Frieza for the halo over his head, Goku notes that the Tyrant's apparently gotten even stronger, using his time to image train in preparation to murder everyone. Beerus says he'll stop Frieza himself if it comes down to it, but Frieza says he's only joking. Whis wonders how Goku managed to convince Frieza to join in the first place, and the Tyrant reveals it took a promise of his complete resurrection should their universe survive, much to everyone's shock. Beerus and Whis gather everyone up in a circle and tells them to hold hands as it's the only way to transport them all together. Frieza initially refuses to touch Goku, but Beerus threatens to erase him and he complies. Beerus then takes the time to explain that this is a battle royale and they all need to work together for once. He urges everyone to focus on teamwork to conserve their energy so they can get rid of the enemies together, to which the group agrees. Whis then contacts the Grand Priest and announces their readiness, and Bulma bids everyone a farewell as the group departs for the Tournament of Power. Universe 7's team arrives in the world of Void alongside teams from other universes. Vegeta and Gohan figure that their ability to fly will be an advantage so they won't get knocked off the stage, but as Whis correctly deduces, the group is unable to fly in this tournament. This restriction is only on competitors though, as Beerus, Whis, and Supreme Kai are able to fly, and it doesn't affect winged creatures from other universes as the ability is a part of them. The gravity has also been independently adjusted according to each fighter's planet, which impresses Gohan. Champa and his team from Universe 6 arrive with Vegeta already in tears from Caulifla's insults. Champa then tells the Saiyan that if he refuses to fight, he'll make her regret it, although she doesn't seem worried at all. Goku greets Hit, who correctly assumes that the tournament is a result of the Saiyan's actions, and swears not to lose to him again as he's gotten stronger since their last encounter. In the distance, Kaba explains who the Universe 7 Saiyans are to Caulifla, which includes Vegeta, who taught him to become a Super Saiyan. Frieza and Frost also meet, agreeing to team up with one another for the time being. Goku and Vegeta look toward Universe 11, assuming one of the warriors must be Jiren. Goku wanders over to say hello to Toppo and introduce himself to Jiren, who immediately dismisses Goku, stating that he's pathetic and he'd rather not waste his time on him. Goku steps away, and taking another look at their competition, Belma deduces that compared to Jiren, every contestant in the tournament is pathetic and they shouldn't be worried. The Grand Priest greets all of the teams and introduces the two Omni Kings as Beerus, Supreme Kai, and the others take their seats, Beerus demanding that their universe's team works together. Champa and Beerus take swipes at each other's teams, while Piccolo, Gohan, and others are confused over a universe that appears to only have 8 fighters. The Grand Priest then explains the rules, as the fight will last 100 tacks, which equates to about 48 minutes in Earth time. The central pillar in the arena will descend as time passes, and the fight will officially be over when it reaches the bottom. There are no weapons allowed, killing is forbidden, and the objective is to knock the opponents out of the ring, who will then be warped into the stands afterward. The tournament begins, and as Gohan begins to prep everyone for teamwork, Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, 17, and 18 all rush out in different directions on their own. Each of them manage to immediately take out various fighters except for Goku, who's rushed by the majority of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11 all at once. Goku's forced to transform into a Super Saiyan and knocks them away, then setting his sights directly on Jiren. As all the fighters continue to clash, Frieza stops to speak with Frost, offering him a tip that the bald fighters on his team should pose no threat and could be knocked out easily. Frost questions Frieza's motives since reducing his team's numbers could result in a loss, but Frieza says that he's only concerned with revenge on the Saiyans, and Frost agrees to play along. Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan decide to stick together, but suddenly the group is attacked by Vegeta. When the group dodge his attack, Frost takes the opportunity to knock off a distracted Krillin, eliminating him immediately. Beerus yells at Krillin once he reappears in the stands, and Champa laughs at his brother for already losing a fighter until one of his own appears, saying that he had no time to use his magic spells to avoid getting eliminated. Supreme Kai then notices that several fighters from other universes are also appearing in the stands. Back in the arena, Frost is fighting Tien and Master Roshi, preparing to eliminate them both next. Gohan notices his team having trouble and tries to help, but he's stopped by the trio of danger of Universe 9. The team of Bergamo, Lavender, and Basil attack Gohan as a group, and the young Saiyan has trouble with their teamwork. Piccolo is fighting against 3 other members of Universe 9, and Tien tells Master Roshi to dodge before he fires a Neo Tri-Beam at Frost. The blast attracts the attention of other fighters nearby, and with Tien already exhausted, Master Roshi tells him not to overdo it. Krillin wonders if the attack worked, and Beerus confirms it didn't, pointing out Frost emerging from the smoke completely unharmed. Frost then suddenly charges at Tien and lands a hard punch, eliminating him. He then directs his attention to Master Roshi, stating that he'll be the next to go. The Universe 7 spectators notice Frost conversing with Frieza, and they speculate that Frieza's leaking intel about his teammates to Frost. Krillin yells to Goku to go for Frost, as he's the biggest threat to their team, and Goku, having been preoccupied in his fight with Universe 11, is surprised that Krillin and Tien are both already eliminated. Goku then spots Frost about to attack Master Roshi and protects him, then advising that he and Master Roshi fight Frost together. However, Roshi yells at him, telling Goku to focus on his own opponent since he wants to fight Jiren. Frieza then tells Frost to pull back since Goku would likely be too much for him to handle, and the two take off. Frieza then asking Frost if he's currently in his final form, to which he answers yes. Frost is surprised to hear that Frieza has another transformation up his sleeve, and Frieza advises that Frost fight at full strength for the rest of the first half, and when he's tired out, he'll jump in and take over, which Frost agrees to. Meanwhile, Piccolo is fighting Razzle, who has him trapped and flying through the air, preparing to drop him out of the ring. Gohan, still fighting the trio of danger, notices his master in trouble and kicks out an explosive wave to knock the brothers away. Gohan then jumps into the air to save Piccolo, who notices this and moves his head out of the way so Gohan can land a clean hit on Razzle. Gohan begins to fall out of the ring, but saves himself by firing a Kamehameha to propel himself back in. As Razzle falls, he's saved by his teammate Hop's extensive claws. The remainder of Universe 9 then gather in front of Gohan and Piccolo ready to attack, but Frost suddenly zooms past the two, firing a huge blast at Universe 9 and knocking one of their members known as Oregano out of the ring. Universe 9 member Hyssop suddenly appears behind Frost and attempts to crush him with a punch, but Frost overpowers the large warrior and whirls him around, knocking him into Razzle and eliminating them both. Frost then turns his attention to the other warriors of Universe 9 and knocks them all out of the ring as well. With just the trio of danger remaining, they retreat to avoid being knocked out, and Frieza is impressed by Frost's performance. The tyrant says Frost has done enough and prepares to step in, but decides to give him one more piece of advice as he grabs the fighter by his throat and tells him never to trust anyone. Frieza then kicks Frost out of bounds to the surprise of Champa and the other spectators, and Whis realizes that this was all a part of Frieza's plan, using Frost to get rid of the weaker fighters. Meanwhile, Gohan and Piccolo are surrounded by the trio of danger, and Piccolo advises that he and Gohan split up, since the group are too too much trouble together. Bergamo orders his brothers to follow Gohan while he follows Piccolo, and Basil and Lavender gang up on Gohan, but they're suddenly blasted and knocked off the arena by Frieza. Bergamo is the only fighter remaining from Universe 9, and he's cornered by Piccolo. Piccolo tells him to jump to spare himself the pain, but Sidra yells to Bergamo to hang in there, noting that it's the end of their universe if he's eliminated. Piccolo, hearing this, hesitates as Bergamo pleads for mercy, but Frieza suddenly knocks him off, reminding Piccolo with a smirk that this is about their own survival and he'd be wise to remember that. With Universe 9 now completely eliminated from the competition, their universe is erased by the Omni Kings, leaving just their angel. The fighters all stop their battles distracted by this, and the Grand Priest reminds them of the rules, with Supreme Kai afraid that even the gods will be erased from their universe should they lose. Amidst all the tension though, Beerus dramatically yells to his universe's warriors that losing is certainly not an option, and the remaining fighters hear him, as Goku states they'll be doomed either way if they lose. With Universe 9 now eliminated, there are now 43 minutes left in the Tournament of Power. The Gods of Destruction from the exempt universes discuss what just happened, commenting on how each universe up till now seems to have lost a few fighters, except for Universe 11, which still remains in the lead. Meanwhile, Goku as a Super Saiyan confronts Toppo and Dispo, but soon finds himself completely outmatched, unable to land a single blow to the swift Dispo, who creates an opening for his teammate Toppo, who begins to pummel Goku into the floor. As Goku begins to realize that he's running out of power, he notices Hit getting knocked down in the distance by Jiren. Goku then transforms into his perfected Super Saiyan blue form and knocks Toppo away as he rushes in to attack Jiren. However, a single key wave from Jiren is enough to knock Goku backward towards Hit, surprising Beerus and Krillin in the spectator seats. Goku recovers and wonders if Hit was able to use his time skip on Jiren, but Hit says it proved to be useless against him. Toppo and Dispo join Jiren in order to help him fight against Goku and Hit, but Jiren tells them there's no need as he'll deal with the two by himself. Goku rushes in to attack Jiren, attempting to catch him off guard with an instant transmission, a barrage of physical attacks, and even the burst Kamehameha, but none are able to move Jiren an inch. Jiren then knocks Goku away and uses a barrage of punches on him, nearly pushing him off the edge of the arena completely. Just as he's about to deliver the final blow to the Saiyan who he addresses as the Nameless Warrior, Hit intervenes with a kick, knocking Jiren away and giving Goku the perfect chance to get back up on the arena. Noting that Hit had just landed a blow, Goku wonders if he found a way to fight without using his time skip, to which Hit states that ever since Goku had broken through his time skip during the Universe 6 and 7 tournament, he's given up merely relying on special abilities and instead learned to hone his own strength. Hit then removes his cloak and begins a physical assault on Jiren, but just like Goku, he comes up short, the Saiyan then joining in, but the two are still unable to find any advantage in the battle. Hit then tells Goku that he has a new special move, one that he can only pull off if the two work together and use their full power on Jiren. Goku gives it some thought though and regresses to his base form, telling Hit that he wants to beat Jiren on his own and that there's still a wall he needs to overcome during this tournament in order to stand a chance of winning it. Hit accepts this, but decides to continue with his plan, and after powering up, he uses a new technique called time lag on Jiren that significantly lowers his speed to the point that he can't land a blow. Hit explains that time only for Jiren has been warped, and the Angel of Universe 6 Vados explains that due to the power difference between the two, Hit wasn't able to freeze Jiren, but he could at least slow him down enough to gain an advantage. Hit is able to push Jiren to the edge of the arena with confidence, but just as he's about to knock him off, Goku notices that Jiren has been holding back. Jiren then suddenly increases the speed of his attacks to overcome the time lag and uppercuts Hit, knocking him far into the air and off of the arena, eliminating him from the competition. Goku catches Jiren's attention and acknowledges he's caught on to his plan to conserve energy for now, and Jiren states that Goku's impressively perceptive if nothing else, as the Saiyan warrior notes that he finally remembered his name. And now, I'm gonna hand it over to my bro Cage, who helped me out with the video.
Thanks for having me on, bro. Editing this entire video almost killed me, but it was worth it. So anyway, let's get back to the tournament. Vegeta expresses shock that the mighty warrior Hit has been eliminated by Jiren. As Toppo and Dispo stand before the Saiyan Prince, Toppo tells him how Jiren would never fall for such tricks. Vegeta confirms that Toppo is the one who defeated Goku in the Zen exhibition match, and Dispo speaks to Vegeta, stating he supposedly the second best warrior in Universe 7. Now riled up after hearing this, Vegeta proclaims himself as the strongest in all of existence and transforms into a perfected Super Saiyan Blue. He rushes towards the two and easily swats Dispo aside, attacks Toppo next and knocks him down. Toppo concedes that Vegeta may be on par.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch.
Flying Nimbus!
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Gotta get the hell out of here!
That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus! Oh man.
Like, I don't know why this guy's playing games, bro.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I was just camping that sea key for like 5 minutes.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I owe you one.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Oh no! The super transfer was stolen. I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. This is bad.
PlayStation fan just went crazy for a second.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I sent another super transfer. Take it and survive this. The starter system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Pretty sure we lost this match.
Your move. Get up! You have 5 seconds. Take on.
Showing this guy's psycho, bro.
Serves you right, you fools. Flying Nimbus!
Just kill us and get it over with. See? Get us out of here, bro. This guy's doing.
Ally down. If you
He has beef with that person, bro.
watch out for enemies.
And he's going on his way to kill her.
Tell me, do you like coffee flavored candy? Take on. Take on.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution.
Well, I don't know why he let me go, but thanks.
With Goku's strength after all, but states he still won't be able to defeat them. Meanwhile, Android 17 fights against Botamo, the warrior from Universe 6, but his physical attacks seem to have no effect on his opponent. After Piccolo eliminates another fighter, he goes to assist the android, but 17 lands a mighty punch to Botamo's midsection, which causes his body to spring back and out of bounds. The two are then attacked from the air by two other fighters, but are able to avoid it thanks to Gohan, who was engaging in battle against another Universal Warrior. Along with Gohan's help, the three are able to quickly defeat the trio of warriors from Universe 10, and 17 blasts them all from the arena. The remaining three members of Universe 10 then band together to fight the Universe 7 trio for themselves, although they seem pretty worried. Elsewhere, Android 18 is shown talking to Ribrianne and her pals from Universe 2, as they gloat about their own beauty and call 18 ugly. Krillin, watching from the stands, finds it hard to imagine that Ribrianne would ever be considered beautiful, but Beerus admits that she is kinda cute. 18, however, doesn't care at all for this and says that it has nothing to do with one's strength. Ribrianne then launches several attacks at 18 without giving her any chance to counter, and she's grabbed up by the other members of Universe 2. Just as Ribrianne is about to finish her off, Krillin yells at them to unhand his wife, which attracts the attention of the girls, who are then shocked and ask who that gorgeous man is. 18 then states that Krillin is in fact her husband, which angers Ribrianne as she attempts to finish her off. However, her power begins wavering, giving 18 the chance to break free and quickly turn the tables on their fight. With her heart no longer in the battle, Ribrianne prepares to jump from the platform, but her friends urge her to stay. Impatient, 18 counts from 5 to give them time to either jump off willingly or be blasted. 18 is suddenly knocked off the platform herself by an unknown force. Universe 2's fighters wonder what happened, but Ribrianne's friends are then knocked from the arena at the same time. Ribrianne herself is then knocked around for a bit, then plunges from the arena into the stands by the same force that got rid of 18. The god of destruction of Quitella then praises the timing of his invisible fighter, and the two remaining warriors Gohan, Piccolo, and 17 had been fighting are knocked out as well. Now aware of the presence of invisible fighters, Piccolo uses his senses to take the fighter by surprise and blast him off the edge of the ring and into the stands. Suddenly though, another invisible fighter attacks Piccolo from behind, but he attempts to counter, misses, and is hit hard in the stomach, sending him out of the arena and eliminating him. Once again confused as to what's happening, Quitella brags about their secret weapon. Gohan and Android 17 try to focus on the enemy, but 17's hit hard and skids backwards towards the edge of the platform in between Goku and Jiren's battle. A nearby Dispo suggests to Jiren that they should retreat for the time being until they're aware of who their mysterious enemy is, and the two move away from the center of the action. 17 fills Goku in on the situation, and the Saiyan suggests everyone to sense the enemy's key, although 17 reveals that he's not able to do so. Instead, the android uses his heightened hearing abilities and is able to determine the fighter's location, and it's not an invisible fighter after all, but a bug-looking fighter, a mere inch tall, who was too small to see. Panicked, the fighter tries to flee and leaps into the air to get away, but 17 simply blasts him off the platform to eliminate him. With another fighter gone, the Omni Kings express how much fun they're having watching all the battles and ask the Grand Priest how many fighters are left. The Angel then brings up a board showing the 37 remaining challengers, with only 33 minutes remaining in the Tournament of Power. Meanwhile, Frieza fights against Caulifla, having little trouble overwhelming the Saiyan. Caulifla calls him out and only going after the Saiyans, and Frieza confirms this proudly, as he may not have a grudge against the Saiyans from Universe 6 specifically, but they still got on his nerves. With no other choice, Caulifla transforms into a Super Saiyan and engages Frieza in combat again. Frieza uses his telekinetic abilities to throw blocks of the arena at Caulifla. However, her sheer aggressiveness allows her to gain the upper hand on her opponent with a powerful close-range blast. Frieza decides to use his full power and transforms into Golden Frieza. In this form, the Tyrant is able to quickly turn the tide of battle as he begins to dominate Caulifla, causing concern for the nearby Kale, who quickly knocks off a Universal Fighter to go to assist her. As Frieza pummels Caulifla into the ground, Kale uses her incredible speed to strike at him, and while it causes little damage, it distracts him long enough for Caulifla to get in a couple of shots. Eventually though, Frieza sees through Kale's actions, grabs her and tosses her out in front of him along with Caulifla. Cabba in the distance, seeing the state that his allies are in, knocks off her Universal Fighter and also rushes in to assist the pair. Frieza remarks that Kale's attacks actually had more sting to them than Caulifla's as a Super Saiyan, much to the surprise of Caulifla and Cabba, though Kale remarks they were just lucky hits. Caulifla rushes into battle once more, but it continues to be one-sided. Cabba, realizing Kale's been holding back, disregards her reasoning and tells her to use her true power, but Kale is hesitant due to her previous history and admiration for Caulifla. Cabba transforms into a Super Saiyan and enters the battle to save his comrade, but fares no better and is quickly overpowered by Frieza. Caulifla and Cabba attack together but still prove to be no match at all. The anger towards seeing someone so close to her suffer causes Kale to explode in fury as she becomes a Super Saiyan herself, surprising Caulifla as she immediately employs a vicious assault on Frieza that he's unable to defend himself against. Frieza comments on the new type of Super Saiyan that Kale's become, and suddenly Goku intercepts the battle to Frieza's annoyance as he transforms into a perfected Super Saiyan Blue. He's able to stop Kale's first punch, but as she continues her assault, Goku begins to get pushed back, stating that she's getting stronger as she fights. As Kale attempts to land a solid blow to Goku, Frieza kicks the Saiyan out of the way and says he's more than capable of handling Kale himself if he just takes her seriously. Just then, Kale suddenly has another outburst, which Goku describes as her ki spiking once again. While Champa in the spectator seats thinks it's a good thing for that his fighter is doing so well, Vados voices her concern. She states that since this is probably the first time Kale has unleashed all of her power, she's losing her sense of reason, and with that, things could become much worse if she were to completely lose control. Kale struggles to regain her senses, having recently transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan, and charges past Goku and Frieza, clutching her head as she falls to her knees. In a rage, she powers up, with the resulting pressure of her energy knocking off multiple combatants from different universes. She then turns her attention to the nearby Vegeta and Toppo, swatting them aside and almost knocking them off the arena, but Vegeta is able to save himself and Dispo is able to save Toppo in the nick of time. Vegeta wonders what's going on with her just as she drops the remaining two combatants from Universe 4 off the arena, resulting in their defeat and their permanent erasure. In a panic, the God of Destruction from Universe 3 emerges from his robotic suit and orders the combatant Paparoni to fuse with his allies to fight Kale. The scientist complies and they fuse to become the towering monster known as Agnilaza. However, Kale is unfazed and kicks Agnilaza in the chest hard enough to send him off the arena in an instant. As Universe 3 loses their last 4 fighters in one go, their universe is erased by Zeno. The tournament has reached the halfway point as the middle of the tower is 5 tacks down out of 10. As the Saiyan continues her rampage, Caulifla realizes that all this time, Kale Kao's been keeping her superior strength hidden to protect Caulifla's feelings. Instead of getting upset at the differences in their power, Caulifla is overjoyed and encourages Kao to keep her rampage going. At the same time, Kale also eliminates the 2 final combatants of Universe 2, and they're promptly erased. From Universe 10, only one fighter is standing. Goasu apologizes to him for failing to come up with a better strategy, and with a final battle cry, the warrior known as Obuni attacks Kale, but is easily struck off from the arena, and Universe 10 is erased for good. Fighters from Universes 6, 7, and 11 remain. As Kale slows down, Caulifla goes to check on her, but Kale knocks her hand away and charges off. Caulifla calls out to one of her teammates, Magetta, to stop Kale, but the Saiyan lifts him off the ground with one hand and tosses him from the arena. The 2 Namekians of Universe 6 then speak to Kale, urging her to come to her senses, as they can surely win with her level of power. But Kale answers back by simply blasting the 2 off the arena at the same time. Caulifla asks Kaba what's wrong with her, to which Kaba responds that she may be the legendary Super Saiyan, who only shows up once of every 1,000 years. He tells her that once a Saiyan is awakened, their power continues to grow and rampage until they self-destruct. Kaba transforms into a Super Saiyan and attempts to stop Kale before that happens, urging her to remember why she's fighting. But Kale is unable to rein herself in and deals a devastating punch to the Saiyan, knocking him out of the ring. Before he's eliminated though, he's caught by Vegeta, who mocks him for being tossed aside by an ally and tells him to explain what's going on. Kale continues her rampage, taking on the Pride Troopers, excluding Toppo, Dispo, and Jiren. They're outmatched individually, but as a team, they're able to slowly gain the advantage on the Saiyan. Vegeta, watching nearby, explains to Kaba that Kale's brute strength alone isn't enough to win, as she begins to reach her limit. Kaba pleads with Vegeta for advice on how to save his ally, but Vegeta berates him, stating that in the ring they're enemies, and he isn't there to offer aid as he heads back to finish his battle with Toppo. Caulifla approaches Kaba to come up with a plan as she pulls up her trousers. A pair of Patara fall from her pocket. Kaba wonders what they are, and Caulifla says that she stole them from the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 prior to the tournament. Champa realizes this and calls out to Caulifla, telling her to put one earring on her own ear and the other on Kale's ear so they can fuse. Caulifla expresses doubts about being able to hold Kale long enough to attach the earring, but Kaba volunteers to do it himself. As he rushes towards Kale in her battle with Universe 11's warriors, he's intercepted by Dispo and beaten with his lightning-fast attacks. As Dispo prepares to finish him off, Caulifla transforms into a Super Saiyan and stops him, telling Kaba to save Kale. At that moment, Universe 11's warriors launch Kale off the arena. Kaba leaps off towards her and manages to attach the earring, then throws her back on stage and plummets in her place. With little time to act, Caulifla puts on the other earring and the two are suddenly pulled together, fusing together to become the female Saiyan warrior, now known as Kefla. Beerus exclaims that the use of tools is cheating, but the two Zenos' excitement about it allows it to go through unchallenged. Kefla declares that now the members of Universe 11 will be the ones to fall, and with overwhelming power, takes out the Pride Troopers one after another, eliminating a total of 6. As Kefla wails on Dispo and Kershal of Universe 11, Goku is faced with Jiren, but tells him to go and help his teammates. Jiren responds by saying that it's unnecessary, which confuses Goku. As Kefla then knocks down 2 members and readies herself to take out Jiren and Goku, Kefla fires a blast towards them, but suddenly Gohan appears and knocks it aside. He tells his father to settle things with Jiren while he takes on Kefla, and as she wonders who he is, Gohan tells her that he's a Saiyan just like her, but one born on Earth. With only 15 minutes remaining and 12 fighters left in the Tournament of Power, the Supreme Kai states that Universe 7 can win if they can run out the clock and keep their numerical advantage. Beerus and Whis, however, state on how unlikely that is, as Universe 7 wouldn't think that far ahead. As Kefla battles Gohan, she's soon able to throw him to the ground where she comes down on top of him. She mocks him by yelling at him to go Super Saiyan if he can, but Gohan responds by kicking her her off him, claiming that he doesn't need to do that anymore as he's chosen to evolve as a human being rather than a Saiyan. Watching him from above, Piccolo comments that in the brief period of their training, Gohan regained his sense of battle and has now become even more powerful than he has ever been. Meanwhile, Goku restarts his battle with Jiren, transforming to perfected Super Saiyan Blue and charging in. Meanwhile, Vegeta continues his evenly fought battle against Toppo, telling him that he's stronger than he appears. Toppo states that he's a God of Destruction candidate and can't possibly lose to a lesser being, then unleashes the reserves of strength he has left, but Vegeta doesn't seem worried. Android 17 compliments Master Roshi on still being in the tournament after all this time, and while he can't read energy like the others, he can still tell that he is quite strong as they ready themselves to take on the Pride Trooper pair of Dispo and Kasharel, who they view as the weakest contenders left. Frieza, on the other hand, is off in the distance, away from imminent conflict, and takes the opportunity to recover his stamina. Beerus turns to Champa, complaining about the use of Potara being used and calls him sneaky, but Champa is silent, clearly nervous about the fate of his universe. In the arena, Gohan and Kefla's battle reaches its conclusion. Both equally exhausted, Kefla laughs knowing that she's lost and couldn't even take out one Saiyan. Champa acknowledges defeat as he stands and thanks Vados for everything that she's done for him over the years. Gohan and Kefla at their limit rush towards each other for one final attack, throwing a punch on both sides and sends them off the arena, eliminating them in the process. Champa thanks Caulifla and Kel for their effort and turns to his brother Beerus, shouting and making one last face before he and all of Universe 6 are erased for good. Goku continues his battle with Jiren, unable to do any damage, and with a punch in return inflicts heavy damage on Goku, as Jiren states that it's about time to end their fight. Goku begins to power up, saying that he doesn't even care if what he is about to do wrecks his body in the end, because he just needs the power to overcome his limits in this tournament. As Beerus wonders what Goku's up to, Whis says that he's drawing deep from his reserves for a temporary boost in power, regardless of the damage, to which Krillin and Tien wonder if he's utilizing the same principles as Kaioken. Regardless, Goku's method allows him to deliver heavier blows than Jiren, but it still proves ineffective with no real damage done. Jiren tells Goku that power gained by destroying the body can't be used properly, and that he's made the same mistake as Kale as he swats him away like a fly. Meanwhile, Master Roshi has forced Kasharel to the edge of the arena. Although the warrior of Universe 11 can't understand why this old man is so strong, Roshi tells him that he shouldn't rely so heavily on his gadgets. As Kasharel goes in for one final punch, the Turtle Hermit intercepts it and with a swift display of martial arts skill, knocks Kasharel from the arena. Roshi then notices as Goku is shown struggling against Jiren, unsure of what to do. Roshi asks Goku what strength means to him, and Goku responds by saying that even as a Super Saiyan Blue, he can't keep up with Jiren, supposing he needs more power. Roshi tells him that fighting strength alone isn't a way to measure things, and that they utilize martial arts not to win fights, but to conquer themselves. He tells Goku to think of all of his previous masters and what they taught him, as he remembers the words of Korin, Mr. Popo, King Kai, and Whis, of being told that he must be tranquil and train his body as well as his spirit, that he must allow his mind to control his movements. Master Roshi tells his former student that he'll teach him one last lesson on how to move well, and charges at Jiren. Jiren retaliates with a punch, but Roshi instinctively dodges it, much to Jiren's surprise. Jiren attempts multiple times to strike his opponent, but Roshi is able to dodge them all. In shock, Beerus asks Whis if these moves are perhaps a form of a special technique known amongst the gods. But after Roshi takes a few blows from Jiren, the angel states that there is a strong resemblance, but it is a far cry all the same. Roshi tells Goku to look into his heart to find the answer he's looking for, and goes in for a final punch, but Jiren is easily able to avoid it, and with a small chop to the neck, eliminates Roshi from the Tournament of Power. Beerus seemed to be unimpressed by Roshi's performance overall, but Whis tells him that Roshi's words seem to have caused caused a change in Goku. Jiren mocks the Saiyan for still needing teachings from his former master, and tells him that a man such as himself will never gain perfection as he knocks him away. Goku, however, remains calm, berating himself for his arrogance with his master, but thanking him for all he's done. As Jiren attempts to land a final blow, Goku dodges and appears in a new state, shocking Beerus. Beerus wonders if his eyes are deceiving him, but Whis confirms, stating that Goku has learned the technique which severs the link between the mind and the body, allowing the user to attack and dodge subconsciously, known as Ultra Instinct. Jiren asks Goku if he overcame the wall that he aspired to, and Goku confirms this. Vegeta in the distance, shocked that Kakarot's reached a new level of power. Beerus is upset that Goku pulled off the technique before him, and he and Jiren rush into battle once more. Goku, however, returns to his normal state almost immediately and gets hit hard. Whis stating that Goku must have found a chance to tap into Ultra Instinct briefly, but nothing more, as the angel acknowledges that the Saiyan struggle has only just begun. Jiren tells a battle-damaged Goku that a man with such little resolve will never be able to beat him. Meanwhile, during his battle with Toppo, Vegeta shows frustration that Goku jumped ahead of him yet again, breaking his limits while the Saiyan Prince is left struggling against his opponent. As Toppo tries to attack Vegeta from behind, the Saiyan Prince completely disregards the Universe 11 warrior and powers up, the force of his aura knocking Toppo out of the ring and onto some debris. Beerus noting that Vegeta's aura has completely changed. Vegeta then rushes in and attacks Jiren. However, the Pride Trooper is unaffected, but impressed that Vegeta was fighting Toppo while concealing his true power. Vegeta, however, replies that Saiyans evolve as they fight, and his power from a few minutes ago means nothing now. Jiren asks if Vegeta is trying to acquire the same power as Goku, but the Saiyan answers that he has no interest in the ability, stating it doesn't suit him, as well as being taught anything by anyone other than himself. Vegeta further points out that he never had a master, even his father King Vegeta. He says he's a prodigy forged by solo training and will continue to aim to the top by his own rules as he always has. Vegeta then rushes in to attack Jiren once more, Whis commenting that the Saiyan Prince plans to evolve in his own way, and given his fighting style, he's right in deducing that Ultra Instinct doesn't quite suit him. While Vegeta lands another clean blow to Jiren, Goku commences performance. Vegeta further explains to Jiren that while Goku and his friends were lazing about on Earth, he was fighting hundreds of battles throughout the cosmos. Jiren acknowledges Vegeta, stating that besides Goku in his Ultra Instinct state, there hasn't been anyone that's fought as hard as he has. However, Jiren then appears behind Vegeta and lands a blow to the back of his head, once again establishing his dominance. After a few more blows to Vegeta, Jiren explains that he always puts his life on the line when he fights, no matter how weak his opponent is, as that's how he was taught to fight by his own master. As Toppo watches from a distance, Frieza belittles him for relying on others for survival, attacking Toppo and bringing him to the brink of elimination. Dispo notices this during his battle with Android 17 and comes to his comrade's rescue, although all he's done is given Frieza the perfect opportunity. The Tyrant then jumps back into the ring and destroys all of the floating debris the two could use to get back, leaving Dispo and Toppo stranded on a single rock in the distance. Toppo tells Dispo to leave him, but Dispo states that he's too tired and wouldn't be able to make the jump from their distance anyway. While Frieza shows enjoyment in torturing the Pride Troopers in their vulnerable state, 17 tells them to finish them off already. Realizing their situation, Dispo then asks Jiren for help, as they can't return to the ring on their own. Jiren stares at his teammate in disappointment. Giving Goku the perfect chance to teleport to safety with Vegeta, Jiren teleports in front of 17 and Frieza and knocks them aside, as both fighters were unable to keep up with his speed. Jiren stares at Dispo as he asks for help, but the warrior tells the two to observe from the bench, as he will finish things alone. Jiren watches as the rock Toppo and Dispo are on breaks apart and the two are eliminated, ashamed that in their comrades' eyes they were just getting in the way. way. Jiren remains as the final opponent in the Tournament of Power against Universe 7, but Belmod isn't worried. Jiren surprised Frieza is still around, to which the tyrant notes that he's the type to hide his true potential. He then transforms into Golden Frieza and rushes in to attack Jiren. Although his power pales in comparison to his, having been dealt a blow to the face, Frieza glances at the giant pillar in the middle of the ring, and Jiren realizes that he's trying to buy time. He then puts in more effort to distract Frieza by destroying a portion of the ring and attempts to knock him away, but his attack is blocked by Android 17. Jiren, however, puts in more force to knock Frieza and 17 out, but the android saves them by using his energy to land on nearby debris. 17 tells Frieza he'll take the lead for the next attack, but quickly
Alright, let's try to get this W.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're a big help.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
What? Thanks. Flying Nimbus!
Someone, anyone, please! Thank you. Thank you.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Help me! Are you here to save me?
Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
What's the big idea?
You Russian.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
We're down 2 people. It's not good.
An
Savior? Of course. Samus.
Thank you so much. Someone!
I doubt we're gonna catch up.
Are you here to save me?
Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Well, what do you think of this color? Is it not beautiful? Oh man! Gotta get the hell out of here! Thought I was a goner there. Flying Nimbus!
If no one revives this guy, the escape time machine will come. The game is basically over.
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now!
Come, mortal, I'll fulfill your wish and strike you from existence
New
itself.
power key. Place it now.
What? Is that all? Surely you can muster more, mortal.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Jeez, man.
Here comes the pain! Let's go! Holy hell. I will give you your due Take a hit. Without us, live only because I permit. There you are. Is that all?
And now I need your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
There you are. I won't hold back. Not good. It is in your very nature to be fallible.
You're right.
I've got to stay alert.
Better start.
Get out of there.
I guess.
Too slow. It's not safe. You see it? Head that way fast. Ally down.
Quickly realizes that he's no match for Jiren. The android, however, has a plan and asks Krillin and Android 18 to take care of his wife and children on their island. As Krillin slowly realizes what 17 plans to do, 18 calmly agrees, saying she's used to handling children. 17 thanks his sister and confronts Jiren, asking if he's fighting for the survival of his universe or to get his wish granted, and Jiren replies both. 17 then powers up after mentioning his wishes to keep his own universe safe and blows himself up, much to the surprise of Goku, Vegeta, and everyone else in the spectator stands. 17's explosion eviscerates half the ring, but Jiren remains unharmed and still in the competition. Disappointed at witnessing 17's act, but stating it's time to end things. Goku steps forward though, remembering 17's sacrifice, but showing no anger at what happened, as his resolve to win and save his universe once again unlocks Ultra Instinct for him. Jiren then responds by powering up, finally taking Goku seriously, as he now has an aura surrounding him. Goku once again, in his Ultra Instinct state, charges into battle with Jiren, although this time he's able to hold his own, but is still unable to land a blow. Universe 7 spectators wonder how Goku's still standing, and Whis explains he's diving further and further into Ultra Instinct. As they continue fighting, Jiren notes how relaxed Goku appears, and he explains it's due to ridding himself of unnecessary emotions and putting his heart at ease. Jiren then powers up further as Goku closes his eyes in concentration. Jiren launches himself forward to attack, and instantly the Saiyan is able to enter a new state which turns his hair silver. Goku counters an incoming Jiren with a punch to the stomach, and Beerus and the other gods look on in amazement as Goku has finally perfected it, the true state of Ultra Instinct. Jiren falls to his knees in pain, but recovers quickly, continuing his assault on Goku, but is unable to land a single blow. The tide of the battle changes as Goku lands a few devastating blows and knocks Jiren down for the second time, surprising the members of Universe 11. Out of a cloud of dust, Jiren fires a mighty blast of energy, which Goku evades with ease, and Vegeta narrowly avoids. The blast takes out part of the spectator seats as Goku then powers up a Kamehameha and launches it at Jiren from above. Jiren is launched through the arena, but narrowly avoids elimination as he holds on to the edge. He hoists himself up and powers up even more, both trying and failing to hit Goku so much as one time as he finds himself being dealt further damage by the Saiyan. Despite the enthusiasm coming from Universe 7 spectators, Whis notes that this new boost in power still won't be an easy victory. He goes on to further explain that Jiren's potential is immeasurable, resulting in his continuous improvement and counterattacks through sheer determination. Goku, however, having recently tapped into Ultra Instinct, is actually struggling, as every subconscious reaction his body makes takes a toll on him, for he must train further to wield the technique at its full potential. The battle rages on, as everyone wonders whether Jiren will run out of stamina first, or if Goku's perfected Ultra Instinct will wear off instead. Universe 7 is unable to keep up with the warrior speed in battle, but suddenly, Whis confirms Goku's defeat. Jiren finally lands a hit on Goku, launching him aside as his perfected Ultra Instinct vanishes and he returns to normal. Vegeta is able to catch the Saiyan before he falls off the edge, and Jiren vows not to lose. He's determined to become the perfect force for justice, just as his master had wanted. Jiren tells the Saiyan pair that he'll use his wish on the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect his master Gichin, who'd previously been slain by a monster. Dispo in the sands voices his surprise at this, unaware that the death of his master was still affecting Jiren. But Toppo tells him it's due in part to Jiren never receiving approval and recognition as his master's successor. Vegeta mocks Jiren over the use of his wish, stating it to be a selfish one, but this angers Jiren, who charges towards them, uninterested in talking any longer. Vegeta orders Goku to stand and fight, as there are less than 3 minutes remaining, and due to his assault on the warrior, Jiren is now considerably weaker than before. As the two fight in perfect sync, Jiren is pushed back as Universe 11 watch on in amazement. Belmont then explains why Jiren's master never gave him the recognition he sought for so long, as he'd always been solitary in nature. His master was the one who recommended Jiren for the Pride Troopers team in the first place, but it wasn't to polish his strength, but to learn the value of teamwork. Witnessing the success that Goku and Vegeta are having fighting together, Beerus asks Whis if all the training with them was to work on their synchronization unknowingly, to which Whis confirms, stating that the Saiyans never even realized, as Goku and Vegeta continue fighting, prepared to blow Jiren away for good. Belmont and the Supreme Kai from Universe 11 continue their discussion on how Jiren's master wanted to teach him the importance of teamwork. However, he was killed by a demon before he had a chance to finish. As a result, Jiren now chooses to take on all burdens alone and refuses to trust anyone, even his own teammates. Belmont comments that he himself doesn't believe in such weak-minded thinking, but the angel Margarita reminds him that he used to be friends with Gichin, though Belmont says that was a long time ago. On the arena floor, Goku and Vegeta continue their effort in attempting to defeat the mighty Jiren as he continues to power up even more. The two Saiyans decide not to hold anything back and power up their strongest attacks, Goku using the Kamehameha and Vegeta using the Gamma Burst Flash. The combined attacks create an enormous flash of light as Jiren rushes in head first, covering everyone in the stands in dust. As they wonder if it had any effect, surprisingly, Jiren still remains standing, his shirt being the only thing to have taken damage. With a simple gesture, Jiren knocks Vegeta backwards and he falls from the arena, being eliminated in the process, and shocking Goku. Goku attempts to land an attack on Jiren, but the Saiyan crumbles beneath his strength and is pushed back, just as he appears to be on the verge of elimination. A death ball appears behind the two of them. Frieza, who still remains in the tournament, calls out to Goku to hold on to Jiren and keep him there so he can throw his attack. Goku then grabs Jiren from behind, and Frieza throws his death ball, proclaiming that when he wins the tournament, his wish to be revived better be fulfilled. Frieza launches the blast, but Jiren is able to hold on to it and fling it upwards away in the air, much to everyone's shock. Frieza, however, in his golden state, charges himself directly at the warrior and delivers a solid blow to his stomach, the force of the impact knocking himself, Jiren, and Goku from the arena to be eliminated. Goku wonders why Frieza would do such a thing, as there are no contenders left. But just then, Android 17 emerges from underneath a rock, stating that he and Frieza's plan went smoothly after all, shocking Jiren, who falls out of the ring and appears in the tournament stands along with Frieza, Goku, and the others.
Grand Priest and others voiced their surprise, unaware that Android 17 was still competing as they couldn't sense his energy. Krillin inquires about his apparent self-destruction, and he states that he'd never do such a thing, reminding Krillin that he lost the ability anyway when he made the wish to have the bomb removed after the battle with Cell. Jiren apologizes to his team, and Dispo tells him that he should learn to rely more on his allies. Belmont apologizes to Jiren for not getting his wish to revive his master, but Jiren states there's no need to. However, Belmont sees through Jiren, realizing that he actually feels responsible for his death, but reminds him that his master wouldn't have wanted to be revived. The conversation is cut short as the Grand Priest tells the group that their time is up and the two Zenos erase them from existence as Goku watches from a distance. Android 17, however, immediately asks for the other universes to be brought back, which surprises the Grand Priest. The Omni Kings then ask if that's what he really wants, to which he confirms. Upon summoning Super Shenron, the previously erased universes and participants are brought back into existence, much to their surprise as their respective angels fill them in on what's happened. The Grand Priest then states that the wish made by Universe 7 has elevated them up in the ranking, now making them third from the bottom rather than the second. As they all begin to make their way home courtesy of the Grand Priest, a few of the warriors interact with one another, and Jiren tells Goku that they'll soon meet again, as the Saiyan responds in kind. On the way back, Goku wonders why 17 changed his wish, and he simply replies that he didn't want the Zenos to have their way. Vegeta then offers to give 17 a ship of his own for his family, stating that he's sure Bulma would happily give him one, being the savior of the universe. Frieza then chimes in, reminding Goku about his promise to revive him, but suddenly, Whis uses his powers to grant him life again, saying that it's a gift from Beerus, who praises him for his strategy in defeating Jiren. Frieza appears to be surprised by the notion, but still vows to continue his evil ways, though Goku says he'll just beat him again if he does. Everyone returns to Capsule Corp, while Frieza returns to his own planet and 17 heads back to his island. Goku comments on how powerful Jiren was, and Vegeta agrees they couldn't even put a dent in him. As Bulma shows up, seemingly unhappy with Vegeta for promising 17 a ship, Goku takes a swift exit, and in no time at all, everything returns to normal across the multiverse. Sometime after though, Frieza causes more trouble once again, resulting in Goku and Vegeta having to defend the Earth from a Saiyan they had never encountered before. The Moro arc takes place after the events of the Tournament of Power and encounter with Broly. Sometime after, Goku arrives at Capsule Corporation to train with Vegeta in the Gravity Training Room. Vegeta inquires about Ultra Instinct, and Goku shares that he hasn't been able to activate it since the tournament. He expresses that continual rigorous training is necessary if he intends to use it again, and unexpectedly, Bulma interrupts them, requesting their presence outside. She informs them that Hercule had called, as a mysterious gang is attempting to kidnap Buu, and utilizing his instant transmission, Goku takes off, while Vegeta opts to fly. At Hercule's house, a sleeping Buu is being forced into a spaceship by a group of individuals. Hercule tries to thwart their attempts, but is unsuccessful. Goku and Vegeta arrive, catching the attention of the lead kidnapper, Mirus. Recognizing the two, Mirus is interrupted by Goku, who begins to attack the other kidnappers in the group. Left with no option, Mirus uses his stun gun to incapacitate Goku and Vegeta, instructing his men to bring them along, and he'll explain the situation at their headquarters. Later, Goku regains consciousness and encounters Jocko on the Galactic Patrol HQ spaceship. Mirus extends his apologies to Goku for his actions, clarifying it was the only choice as Goku wouldn't listen to reason. Vegeta, questioning the need for Buu, learns from Mirus that they need to recapture a dangerous criminal who'd escaped the Galactic Patrol prison. To accomplish this, they require the aid of a specific entity living within Buu, the Grand Supreme Kai. 10 million years in the past, the Grand Supreme Kai and South Supreme Kai confront Moro, a formidable foe who hurls comets at them from the cosmos. Harnessing his unique abilities, Moro drains life energy from a neighboring planet, annihilating its ecosystems and inhabitants, and manifests a potent energy orb, which he consumes. Gaining immense power, he releases an energy onslaught on the Supreme Kais, who openly admit their inability to win. Observing from a distance, the Galactic Police witness the devastating battle and recognize Moro as the destroyer of 320 planets, admitting their inability to apprehend him and choose to entrust the task to the Supreme Kais while maintaining a safe distance. In a desperate move, the Grand Supreme Kai expels all his god power to seal Moro's magical abilities, utilizing a perilous technique known only to him, the Kai Kai Maltaru. This renders Moro vulnerable, allowing the Galactic Patrol to incarcerate him until his recent escape. In the present, Mirus narrates this historical event to Goku, Vegeta, and Jocko, emphasizing that even stripped of his magic, Moro retained formidable power and was sentenced to death. However, no entity was powerful enough to actually execute the sentence. Moro, likely having regained some of his magical prowess, needs to be stopped with the intervention of the Grand Supreme Kai, who's now a part of Buu. Vegeta informs the group of Buu's slumber, and attempts to wake him are futile as the Galactic Patrol members are thrown into one another. Goku volunteers to assist in apprehending Moro, and Mirus tells him and Vegeta that rumors of the two of them have spread throughout the cosmos, as they're supposedly quite powerful. Goku begins to explain to to Miris that yet another Saiyan was discovered recently, while Vegeta continues to think about how Miris was able to get the drop on both him and Goku on Earth. Goku and Vegeta are briefed by Miris and the Galactic King, and are temporarily inducted into the Galactic Patrol with strange outfits, although they refuse to wear them and instead opt to bearing the Galactic Patrol symbol on their gi. Suddenly, the Saiyans notice a group of Galactic Patrol members running down the halls and are informed that the Macaroni siblings are committing crimes again. Miris offers to stop them on his own, but Vegeta insists on tagging along as he's curious to witness Miris' capabilities. The Saiyan pair, Jocko and Miris head off, and on planet Jung, the siblings are in the middle of a heist, being pursued by local enforcers and the Galactic Patrol. It's discovered that the group are attempting to steal Blue Aurum, a fuel source which, in the wrong hands, could build a bomb powerful enough to destroy a planet. After a series of confrontations and pursuits involving sabotages and escapes, the siblings are finally apprehended with the help of Goku, Vegeta, and Miris. However, Vegeta senses a concealed power in Miris, who denies such allegations and admits his inability to capture Moro single-handedly due to Moro's boundless and growing strength. Receiving intel about Moro's whereabouts, the group narrow their search to sector KT-40. Goku opts to searching for Moro's key, only to be met with a sinister smile from the villain, indicating his awareness of Goku's pursuit of him. Goku shares with Vegeta an eerie sensation he got from Moro, stating the energy felt like the agonized screams of countless souls. Miris clarifies this disturbing feeling is due to Moro's capacity to siphon a planet's life force, explaining his unnaturally extended life. In a distant part of space, Moro, aboard his ship, discloses to Cranberry, his pilot, that someone is seeking him. Despite the diminished state of his magical abilities though, Moro is eager to reach their destination. Meanwhile, Goku deduces that Moro's target is New Namek, though he's puzzled about how Moro discovered its confidential location. Miris suggests Moro's restored abilities now let him detect life-rich planets, and overhearing this, one of the captured siblings known as Pasta brings up rumors he's heard about Namekians and their Dragon Balls, shocking the Galactic Patrol. He mentions a fellow inmate who used to work for Frieza, seeking powerful fighters to help retrieve the balls. Apparently, this knowledge reached Moro, making the Dragon Balls his target. On Moro's ship, he revels in the fact that he regained a fraction of his magic in the nick of time. He credits his restored magic, emerging around the time of Kid Buu's defeat for his prison break, as well as Cranberry's escape. Cranberry reminds Moro of the Dragon Ball's potential to grant 3 wishes and urges him to honor their agreement to let him use just 1 wish for a safe haven from Frieza's army and the Galactic Patrol. Moro agrees, needing only 1 wish for himself. On New Namek, Mori and 2 young Namekians are praying and enjoying their peaceful life when suddenly one of the Namekian inhabitants notices Moro's ship approaching. Recognizing the imminent threat, Goku and Vegeta, refusing to wait for Buu to wake up, decide to use instant transmission to get to New Namek quickly. They arrive just as Moro descends, while Moro, who from his vantage point recognizes Goku as the one who was seeking him earlier and assumes he's come to apprehend him. Moro is impressed with Goku's energy, and the Saiyans swiftly warn the Namekians of the incoming threat, who then gather the Dragon Balls and retreat. Vegeta confirms the unsettling nature of Moro's ki, and Goku states how he's got a bad feeling about what's coming. Moro lands and exits the ship, the Saiyan pair then noticing how feeble he looks after so many years of living. However, the scene escalates when Moro, ignoring Goku's advice to return to prison quietly, employs his magic to ensnare a young Namekian named Eska. As Moro starts to strangle the child, Vegeta intervenes, rescuing Eska. Wanting to atone for his past misdeeds against the Namekians, Vegeta challenges Moro, telling Goku to stay out of it. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan and charges toward Moro, but is unable to land any of his attacks. He pursues the villain and lands on top of his spaceship, as Cranberry recognizes Vegeta, wondering why he's joined the Galactic Patrol. Initially, Vegeta struggles against Moro's magic, but after ascending to Super Saiyan God, he manages to land a blow to Moro. Vegeta dismisses Moro's tactics, citing familiarity with various battle techniques from past fights. Meanwhile, on the Galactic Patrol spaceship, Miris decides they need to return to HQ for the Grand Supreme Kai's help. Jocko optimistically states that the Saiyans might prevail against Moro, but Miris says it's very unlikely. Back at the front line, Moro, shedding his cloak, prepares to unveil his true magic to Vegeta. Goku acknowledges Moro's capacity to siphon life energy, evident from his recent attempt on Eska. However, Moro hints at using this skill differently this time. Concurrently in space, Miris elaborates to Jocko that Moro's attacks harness the stolen energy energy from planets. Moro releases an energy surge from the planet, catching Vegeta off guard. Emphasizing that this force is used from the life energy of New Namek, Moro exploits the planet's innate energy, causing Vegeta to struggle. Vegeta takes flight.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now.
These guys want to fight, I'm down to fight.
Where am I?
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Where am I? Thanks. Flying Nimbus! You're my savior.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
We need someone to find this A key. Get a couple more Dragon Balls and we're good.
Flying Nimbus! That's a new power key. Place it now. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. Flying Nimbus!
I'm not even gonna be stingy with the ball, bro. Just take it and let me just move on with my life, dog. It's not that serious.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
The guy with the Dragon Ball, what happened to it?
You're done! Say goodbye! An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. You're gone!
I swear that's the guy who had the Dragon Balls.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. This is stressful. Come forth, Shenron!
Sure just gave me the ball from the beginning.
Here comes a pain! The inevitable.
See, that's how you do it, guys. Don't be a ball hog. Loki almost got cooked, but we won.
No one does this to me!
to evade, only to be assailed by multiple energy streams of lava, pushing him toward the ground as the Namekians watch in the distance. When Vegeta lunges at Moro from the dried lava, the villain conjures an energy barrier for protection. Moro tells Vegeta his efforts are futile and uses his magic
Kenneth,
once
if you're
more
still
to
here,
thwart
good
the
night, man.
Saiyans'
Just saw your
attempts to
message.
pursue. Goku offers to step in and fight instead, but Vegeta tells him to shut up and watch. Vegeta taunts Moro about the repetitiveness of his attacks, but Moro counters, asserting that he can utilize the planet's energy until it's extinguished. Admitting his inability to approach Moro and lacking further power boosts, Vegeta questions Moro's reason for visiting New Namek, suggesting a potential alliance. Moro, while mocking Vegeta, entertains his offer, expressing his intent to gather the Namekian Dragon Balls. Doubting Vegeta's knowledge of the ball's location, Moro makes a move once more to end him with the planet's life force. Despite this onslaught, Vegeta withstands Moro, who now harnesses the planet's energy more aggressively. As Vegeta tries to hold off the attack, he inquires about Moro's wish, given his already immense strength. Moro confesses he seeks the full might of what he once had, which his imprisonment had diminished. Suddenly, using this confession to his advantage, Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, easily blowing away the planet's energy that appeared to have him overwhelmed. Surprised, Moro questions if Vegeta was concealing his true strength, and Goku praises Vegeta, stating he allowed Moro to believe he could win so he'd reveal his intentions. Startled, Moro amplifies his assault, prompting Vegeta to ascend to Super Saiyan Blue Evolved, allowing him to easily evade and deliver a powerful blow, plunging Moro into the sea. Vegeta reverts to base form, and meanwhile, Goku notices something ominous with not only the planet, but his own energy as Moro emerges from the water. Sensing Moro's possible defeat, Cranberry decides to flee on his ship. This provides a distraction for Moro, who unleashes an onslaught of ki blasts at Goku and Vegeta and disappears. Goku finds the monster, only to discover him gathering the planet's energy once more, this time into a mass of lava larger than before. It's soon discovered among the Namekians that Moro is taking energy from their planet and its inhabitants, weakening them. Goku ponders about attacking Moro while he's charging energy, and instead of releasing said energy, Moro condenses and consumes it, enhancing his strength. Spotting Cranberry's departing ship, Moro uses telekinesis to ground it, stating he won't lose this battle. Goku acknowledges that Moro seems way stronger than before, and Vegeta realizes this is why Mirrors wanted to capture him quickly. Vegeta attempts to transform into Super Saiyan Blue once more, but is unable to, prompting Goku to believe he must be joking around. As Vegeta attempts to transform once more, Mirrors informs Jocko back on their spaceship that Moro is capable of stealing his opponent's energy while they're fighting, and that Goku and Vegeta challenged him without knowing all the facts. Vegeta states he's unable to transform, and now with the upper hand, Moro subdues Vegeta and launches him across New Namek's surface, revealing that he too had been hiding his true intent. With increased power, Moro effortlessly pushes Vegeta further into Namek's surface with his magic. Attempting to save his ally, Goku launches a kick at Moro, but the villain is easily able to block it and retaliate by ragdolling Goku around the planet and tossing him into lava, leaving him drained. Vegeta tries to retaliate with his Gallic gun, but Moro swallows the energy blast, further growing his power. Meanwhile, on Beerus' planet, Beerus is engaged in a fishing contest with the Oracle fish out of boredom, and Whis detects a drop in energy levels on New Namek. Whis brings this to Beerus' attention and inquires if he intends to let the events unfold. Beerus nonchalantly consents, inciting the planet's lack of interesting food. Back on New Namek, Goku attempts to use instant transmission to return to the Galactic Patrol with Vegeta, but it fails due to his depleted energy. Suddenly, Moro strikes them with a massive energy blast, creating a crater, and remarks that such formidable foes were rare in this era, except for the Grand Supreme Kai, who had stolen his abilities. Moro swiftly lands and crushes Goku's stomach, then seizes him by the neck along with Vegeta thanks to his magic. With a final remark on how the Saiyans will allow him to grow even more powerful, Moro saps the remaining energy from Goku and Vegeta, leaving their seemingly lifeless bodies to the dust as he consumes his new meal and grows even stronger than he imagined, much to his surprise. With the battle concluded, Cranberry returns and tries to convince Moro that he never tried to abandon him, although Moro catches him in his lie. Cranberry employs his scouter to pinpoint the villages on the planet, each holding a Dragon Ball. However, Moro has no need for it, as he can sense the Namekians himself. As Moro heads toward the nearest village, Cranberry inquires if Goku and Vegeta are dead. Moro dismisses them, stating stating that those who are energy drained will meet their demise naturally, and the two depart in their spaceship. Soon after, nearby Namekians rush to Goku and Vegeta, rescuing them as they're barely breathing. On Earth, an irate Bulma, realizing it's been a week since Goku and Vegeta's departure, deduces the Galactic Patrol's involvement after questioning Hercule. She decides to visit her sister, Tights, to use her communicator to contact Jocko. Meanwhile, at Galactic Patrol HQ, Mirrors returns to find Boo awake and goes to meet him. Jocko receives a message and eventually contacts Bulma, who requests a ship to be sent her way. She wants to go see Moro herself, but Jocko hastily ends the call without giving a definite answer. Later on Namek, Mori watches over Goku and Vegeta, who have slightly recovered thanks to Eska's healing abilities. They learn they were unconscious for 3 days, and while they were resting, Moro attacked 3 villages and acquired their Dragon Balls. Suddenly, they sense Moro's power surging as he assaults another village, tossing Namekians into the surrounding flames and eliminating them one by one until someone gives up the Dragon Ball. Goku regrets his inability to teleport and assist, but Mori mentions they have one last resort, Namekian assimilation. This is the technique Piccolo did with Kami, as dozens of strong Namekian warriors from each village combine to create a formidable warrior who rushes in to confront Moro. However, Moro swiftly kills this warrior with a single blow before he can react, leaving the Namekian villagers in shock. Moro sarcastically apologizes for killing the warrior, stating he was gone before he could even see his face. Mori is deeply distraught over the loss of their last hope, the Namekian savior. Vegeta observes that Moro seems to have grown even stronger during their unconsciousness and regrets that they've been reduced to hiding. Goku inquires about how Moro was able to locate the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta explains that Moro is tracking the key of the Namekians, much like how Frieza did in the past. Goku states the final Dragon Ball should be safe for now, and suggests that the surviving Namekians temporarily evacuate the villages and conceal their energy to elude Moro's detection. Meanwhile, trampling over deceased Namekians at Moro's hands, Cranberry searches for the Dragon Ball within the houses but struggles to find it. Moro directs him to a specific house, and Cranberry quickly locates it. He queries Moro about his ability to pinpoint their location, but Moro remains silent, indicating another Dragon Ball in the distance. Meanwhile on Earth, Dende senses a grave disturbance on his home planet. Piccolo, feeling the same concern, joins him on the lookout and speculates whether it has any connection to Goku and Vegeta, who had left Earth a few days ago. Moro continues his pursuit of the Dragon Balls, now in possession of 6 of them as he heads toward the final one's location. Goku and Vegeta sense Moro approaching their position, and with surprise, Vegeta notes that Moro must be able to sense the Dragon Balls directly. With limited options, Goku decides to get dressed and confront him, although Mori points out he and Vegeta nearly died last time. Vegeta follows, but pauses to inquire about Mori's feelings towards him regarding his past involvement in wiping out Namekians. Mori acknowledges that the memory can't be erased, but assures Vegeta that they only seek peace and the preservation of the planet. Vegeta joins Goku and instructs him to ensure the planet's restoration should he survive, and Goku agrees. Moro reaches the final Dragon Ball's location, surprised to find the 2 Saiyans are still alive. Cranberry states that Saiyans are a powerful race, but Moro vows to ensure their demise this time. Goku and Vegeta, recognizing Moro's pinpointed their location, powers up for battle, but their recent injuries leave them weakened. They rush toward Moro's ship, but before they collide, they're intercepted by a Galactic Patrol spaceship. Mirrors, riding atop the ship, shoots off the wings of Moro's vessel. Cranberry falls and Moro escapes through the roof, pursued by Iriko piloting the ship. Mirrors closes in on Moro and deploys a substance that encapsulates Moro's body, much to everyone's surprise. Now in control, Mirrors slams Moro to the ground and he's unable to break free of the substance. Goku inquires whether they plan to return Moro to prison in his current state, but Mirrors explains the substance won't hold him for long and requests backup aboard the ship. Suddenly, Jocko and Boo descend from the ship with Boo still asleep. Jocko explains that Boo woke up briefly but experienced motion sickness during the journey, rendering him unconscious again. However, Boo eventually awakens and Jocko informs Vegeta that Boo can now seal Moro's magic thanks to the Galactic Patrol's hypnotist, which had rekindled the Grand Supreme Kai's memories within Boo. Upon seeing Moro, Boo recalls him as if he were the Grand Supreme Kai and becomes enraged by the number of his friends Moro had killed in the past. Moro, enraged with seeing the Grand Supreme Kai once more, breaks free from his confinement and prepares to battle Boo. With his anger continuing to boil, Boo lets out out a furious cry and charges at Moro, who conjures a wall of fire from the ground. However, Boo effortlessly gets past it and delivers a powerful blow to Moro's face, surprising Goku and Vegeta. Moro punctures Boo's stomach, believing he's won the fight, but Boo's regenerative abilities give him the upper hand as he flings Moro into the air and launches a barrage of ki blasts at him, impressing onlookers with his strength. Moro attempts the energy absorption technique he used on the Saiyans, but Boo continues to dominate him. Vegeta points out to Goku that Boo's energy isn't diminishing and that Moro's absorption doesn't seem to affect Boo the way that it did them. Feeling hopeful, Goku declares Boo can finish this, and Moro inquires about Boo's abilities, but Boo simply laughs in response. In the ongoing battle, Boo maintains the upper hand against Moro, displaying a clear advantage. Moro's ki attacks prove ineffective against Boo, thanks to Boo's distinctive body structure and regenerative abilities. Goku, who's observing the battle, notes that despite not seeing Boo fight for a long time, he seems even stronger than before. Miris wonders if this newfound strength might be related to the unlocking of Boo's potential after his recent memory restoration, and Moro, meanwhile, having been thrown against the nearby rock, becomes infuriated, believing that he would have never been defeated if he had access to his full power. Boo taunts him, referring to him as weak, and sprouts 4 additional arms from his body, then charges at Moro and relentlessly pummels him into the ground. Goku is astonished at Boo's dominance, but Miris remains concerned about potential tricks Moro might have up his sleeve. He urges Boo to use a certain technique while Moro is defenseless, and Boo agrees as his detached arms continue to pummel Moro viciously. Boo grabs Moro's limbs, immobilizing him as Boo prepares his move, but suddenly the sky darkens. Amidst the confusion, the group notice that Porunga, the eternal dragon, has been summoned. Cranberry is responsible for summoning the dragon using Eska and resorts to violence against other Namekians, including Mori, who try to interfere. Porunga announces that he'll be granting 3 wishes. Cranberry's first wish is for his health to be restored since he's on the brink of death, and Porunga does so. Goku and Vegeta rush toward Porunga to stop Cranberry, while Moro telepathically contacts him, urging him to wish for the restoration of his full magical power. Although Cranberry hesitates, wanting to inquire about his own wish to escape to a distant planet, Moro threatens him, and Cranberry complies. Cranberry's second wish is to restore Moro's magical power, and Moro immediately senses the surge in his strength. Goku and Vegeta in the distance notice this as well, and Moro vanishes to head straight for Porunga, knocking Goku and Vegeta aside. While Cranberry is in the midst of making his final wish to be transported to a remote planet, Moro suddenly materializes behind him and thrusts his hand through Cranberry's chest, ending his life. Moro then uses Cranberry's translation device to speak to Porunga and prepares to make his final wish. In the meantime, Miris, Jocko, and Boo board the spaceship piloted by Iriko, making their way toward Moro. Moro's second and final wish is granted, and Porunga vanishes as the Dragon Balls scatter across New Namek. Goku and Vegeta arrive at Moro's location a moment too late, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Namekians. They demand to know what Moro's second wish was, but he remains tight-lipped, telling them that they'll know soon enough. Just as the Galactic Patrol arrives, Moro bids his farewell and conceals his ki to escape undetected. Boo uses his powers to heal Eska, but cannot revive the others who have perished. At that moment, the planet begins to tremble as Moro initiates the process of draining all the energy from it. Suddenly, Boo returns Goku and Vegeta to their full strength, but when Goku turns to express his gratitude, he finds the Grand Supreme Kai standing in Boo's place. The Grand Supreme Kai explains that until Moro is defeated, he will temporarily swap places with Boo, and they can still save New Namek if they hurry and confront Moro together. Goku prepares to use instant transmission as he, Vegeta, and the Grand Supreme Kai teleport to face Moro, Miris hopeful that the trio can finish him off. As Moro continues draining energy from both the people and the planet of New Namek, Miris, Jocko, and Eska make their escape aboard the Galactic Patrol spaceship. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue form, alongside the Grand Supreme Kai, materialize at the edge of Namek's atmosphere. They charge toward Moro together, but find themselves striking an afterimage. They attempt 2 more times and fail, realizing that Moro's actual body isn't present, leaving them puzzled about the source of his energy absorption. The Grand Supreme Kai spots Moro nearby, prompting Goku to charge in once more. However, Vegeta stops him, cautioning that Saiyans can't survive in the vacuum of space. The Grand Supreme Kai decides to confront Moro alone, but finds himself unable to pose any challenge as Moro effortlessly deflects and counters all his attacks, now having more of Namek's energy fueling him. Moro strikes him forcefully, sending the Kai deeper into space as he pursues him, out of Goku and Vegeta's sight. Meanwhile, Mirrors receives word from Iriko that Moro and the Grand Supreme Kai have left Namek's orbit, prompting them to prioritize helping Goku and Vegeta first. In space, the Grand Supreme Kai continues to valiantly battle Moro, though he's clearly outmatched. Moro taunts the Grand Supreme Kai, stating his powers no longer trouble him, but the Kai prepares to use his magic sealing technique once more. Confident, Moro tells the Kai to unleash his attack, but he remains motionless, confirming Moro's suspicions that he now lacks the power to unleash the sealing spell at all, a fact the Kai confirms. Meanwhile, Goku states that Moro's growing stronger, and suddenly the Galactic Patrol appear and the group take off to pursue him, along with the Grand Supreme Kai. On board the ship, Goku questions why the Kai was unable to use the sealing technique, and Mirror states it must be due to the splitting that Buu underwent long ago. Because the good Buu inherited the physical appearance of the Grand Supreme Kai, Mirrors hypothesizes that in turn, his god power was transferred to the evil Buu instead. Goku is surprised that Kid Buu actually had god power within him, and meanwhile, the Grand Supreme Kai continues to get pummeled in space by Moro. Moro taunts the Kai and delivers a powerful kick that sends him hurtling further into space. Upon crash landing, the Grand Supreme Kai's latent memories are unlocked, revealing a vision of the past when Goku defeated Kid Buu with the Spirit Bomb, and realizes that when he was killed, his power vanished along with him. Moro was able to view the memories as well, and revels in the fact that no one in the universe could possibly defeat him anymore. Back on Mirrors' ship, Vegeta acknowledges that their only option now is to rely on sheer brute force rather than deception. As the ship approaches Moro's location, Mirrors questions the Saiyans on if they can guarantee they're more powerful than Moro. Vegeta confidently asserts that aside from Moro's magic, they're superior fighters, with a single Super Saiyan Blue at full power being sufficient enough to handle him. Satisfied, Mirrors dons a spacesuit and vows to retrieve Moro and return him to Namek, and he takes off. As Moro prepares to land what appears to be a finishing blow to the Grand Supreme Kai, Mirrors intervenes and provides a distraction long enough to bring the Kai to safety. He informs him of his plan to bring Moro back to Namek and inquires whether the Kai can use instant transmission, and the Kai confirms his ability. Their conversation is interrupted by Moro, who lands irate, prepared to do away with the Galactic Patrol. Mirrors distracts Moro with his weapon, prompting him to attempt a finishing blow on the Galactic Patrolman. Mirrors uses the opportunity to use the substance from his arsenal to grab hold of a compromised boulder and hurl it at Moro, who quickly turns to destroy it with ease. However, Mirrors suddenly appears from the air and momentarily blinds Moro using his jet booster in his boots. This gives the Grand Supreme Kai the opportunity to grasp Moro and teleport him back to Namek, where Goku and Vegeta await. Mirrors urges Jocko to take the ship back to Namek, but Jocko remains confident that Goku and Vegeta can finish the job. Meanwhile, Moro appears to gloat over the remaining energy on the planet for him to consume. When Vegeta threatens to destroy him, Moro laughs and reveals the Saiyans have forgotten about something quite important, the third wish from Porunga. At the Galactic Prison, two Galactic Patrol members evaluate the aftermath of Moro's escape. One of them suggests caution regarding the other convicts, but his colleague reassures him that the prisoners couldn't break out on their own. They proceed to the control tower filled with hundreds of prisoners, where they observe Calamus leading the Macaroni gang to their cells. Suddenly, a surge of energy from New Namek races through the cosmos and touches down at the Galactic Prison, disabling the power and causing all the convicts' cells to open. The convicts start to break free, including Saganbo, a follower of Moro, who greets a few of his fellow inmates and mobilizes a group of Galactic Patrol prisoners to attack the guards, seizing their weapons and demanding the return of their spaceships. He invites other convicts, including the Macaroni gang, to join their uprising. Meanwhile, Jocko and Mirrors, still aboard their Galactic Patrol spaceship, receive word of the prison break from Iriko. Eska then has a sudden realization, recalling Moro's third wish, the release of all prisoners. As Moro informs Goku and Vegeta about his wish, the convicts arrive on a spaceship nearby. The ship unleashes a powerful energy beam at Goku, Vegeta, and the Grand Supreme Kai, but they narrowly evade it. Moro lands on the ship, and Saganbo shows his respect by bowing. Moro praises him for assembling a small army and offers to share his power with them in return. Below, Goku and Vegeta sense the convicts' energy surge as a group of them leap from the ship, ready to confront the trio. Moro unleashes the convicts, and Goku and Vegeta transform into perfected Super Saiyan Blue and effortlessly defeat them, leaving everyone in awe of their strength. Saganbo, however, motivates the convicts to keep fighting or risk return to prison. The battle continues, but Moro begins to absorb energy from Goku and Vegeta once more, causing them to revert to Super Saiyan God. Goku charges at Moro, but he reverts to Super Saiyan 3 and is struck down by Saganbo. Vegeta, also weakened by the energy absorption, struggles, as does the Grand Supreme Kai due to his previous battle with Moro in space. Goku and Vegeta, now in their Super Saiyan form, continue to fend off the convicts while Goku questions Moro's motives. Moro explains that he aims to create an ideal galaxy where he can consume planets as he pleases. He despises the idea of preserving peace and believes that such individuals should be eradicated. Goku and Vegeta then unwillingly revert to their base forms, drained of their max power once more. As they continue to fend off the convicts, who regrettably aren't getting any weaker thanks to Moro, Miris and Jocko descend to the ground to aid their comrades, utilizing advanced weaponry to incapacitate the convicts. Miris suggests retreating, acknowledging that as things are now, they can't defeat Moro. Eska uses his healing ability to restore some of the Grand Supreme Kai's strength, and Saganbo attempts to destroy the spaceship they came in, although Miris thwarts his attempt, surprising Saganbo as he knocked the gun from his hand from a sizable distance. Goku tells Iriko to retreat with the ship, and Miris urges the Grand Supreme Kai to retreat using his instant transmission, which he does swiftly as he takes Eska with him. Goku grabs Jocko and Miris, intending to use instant transmission to escape to Galactic Patrol HQ, but he's delayed by Vegeta, who refuses to leave out of pride and instructs Goku to go on without him before flying off in the direction of Iriko's ship. Left with no other option, Goku teleports away with everyone but Vegeta. Vegeta catches up to Iriko's spaceship and demands entry, and meanwhile, Goku and the others appear in the bathroom of the Galactic King, confused on what Vegeta meant from his speech. As the convicts chase the ship Vegeta's on, Iriko pushes it to max speed, narrowly evading their pursuit. Iriko informs Vegeta that they're also returning to HQ, but Vegeta refuses and insists on heading into a different direction, planet Yardrat. Meanwhile, the Galactic Patrol prisoners board their ship as Moro completes the absorption of the last remnants of life energy from New Namek. Saganbo inquires about the sudden disappearance of the Galactic Patrol and inquires if they're dead, but Moro clarifies that they escaped using teleportation. Saganbo then questions Moro on who they should pursue first, but Moro decides against going after anyone, considering powerful individuals like them rare. He states that they're free to roam the universe for now, but warns that he'll kill them if they interfere again. Moro then questions Saganbo on if he knows of any planets abundant in life energy, given his past involvement in a crew that ravaged the galaxy. Saganbo confirms, and the two head back inside the ship, where some scouts board smaller vessels to search the galaxy, and the main ship departs from the dying New Namek. At Galactic Patrol HQ, the Galactic King learns of the escape of prisoners from the Galactic Prison, including Moro. He assumed Miris would resolve the issue, but is informed that Moro's strength exceeded their expectations. Goku, walking alongside them, notices Eska, who fortunately made it back to HQ. Goku questions where Boo is, only to see he's fallen asleep and reverted from the Grand Supreme Kai once more due to his recent battle on Namek. Eska inquires about Vegeta's whereabouts, and Goku replies that Vegeta is likely off training elsewhere, considering their usual tactics ineffective against Moro and exploring new strategies. Meanwhile, Vegeta, aboard a Galactic Patrol vessel, senses Moro heading in the opposite direction. Iriko informs him that it's Saganbo's ship, the fastest one he knows of. When Vegeta inquires about Saganbo, Iriko reminds him of the strongest fighter who stood with Moro. However, Vegeta dismisses Saganbo's strength, stating that without Moro's assistance, Saganbo couldn't even defeat his son, Trunks. Iriko reveals that it'll take 1 week to reach planet Yardrat and questions Vegeta about his purpose for going there. Vegeta explains that Yardratians possess unique techniques like instant transmission, which Goku learned, and hopes to acquire a technique that might help him against Moro, although he does so reluctantly. In his room, Vegeta vows that the next time he faces Moro, he'll defeat him and surpass Goku. Several days later, Saganbo and his crew arrive at planet Zune, easily overpowering the planet's defenders who sought to protect their royal treasure. After seizing the treasure, one of the convicts 7-3 decides to finish off any remaining inhabitants by blasting them all away with I-beams unnecessarily, although Saganbo urges him to stop in order to leave as much energy for Moro as they can. The group return to the ship, and Moro absorbs the planet's life energy, destroying it and enhancing his power once more. Saganbo then receives a report from one of his scouts about a planet brimming with energetic monsters, prompting Moro and his crew to set a course for their destination while they strip the planet of its treasures. Meanwhile, at Galactic Patrol HQ, news of Zune's devastation reaches them. Mirror suspects Moro is going after planets beyond the Galactic Patrol's reach, and Goku fears that after just a few days, Moro's gotten even stronger than before. Mirror mourns that their chances of defeating Moro are now exceedingly slim, but Goku questions if Mirror's fighting would make a difference. Goku proposes a test and attempts to land a punch on Mirror, but Mirror effortlessly evades him. Jocko attempts to halt the altercation, but Goku expresses his desire to gauge Mirror's true power and invites him to a sparring match in a specially reinforced training room. Goku continues his attempts to strike Mirror, but is unable to connect. He escalates by transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet Mirror dodges every blow. Goku switches to Super Saiyan 3, but his attacks still remain ineffective. It's only when Goku becomes a Super Saiyan God that the room starts breaking apart, prompting the two to stop the test as further escalation would destroy the room. With Goku's suspicions confirmed, he surprises Mirror by asking him to train him, as he believes Mirror possesses knowledge he lacks. Goku reveals he aims to master a certain technique and believes training with Mirror could help him get closer to achieving it. Mirror agrees to Goku's proposal, but suggests a different location for their training. Meanwhile, on planet Jung, the Macaroni gang successfully steals the blue Aurum they previously attempted due to the Galactic Patrol being out of the picture. Pasta, who'd possessed fake loyalty to Moro, tells his brother Getty to call Saganbo with a false story about scouting for another planet for Moro's energy absorption. As they depart planet Jung, the gang contemplate their next target and recalls their encounter with the Galactic Patrol and Jocko mentioning the existence of Sky Gold on Earth. Pasta then hatches a plan and instructs his sister to head toward Earth to steal as much as they can. At the same time, Vegeta finally arrives on planet Yardrat. Vegeta and Iriko touch down on Yardrat, much to the astonishment of the locals. Smaller, rounder Yardrats approach them, mistaking Iriko for Vegeta, whom Goku had previously informed them about. They express their gratitude to both Goku and Vegeta for defeating the Ginyu Force, who had caused trouble on their planet long ago. Vegeta inquires about the Yardrat who taught Goku instant transmission, and one of the Yardrats make the others disappear, revealing that he was alone all along. This Yardrat explains that they occasionally create copies of themselves to deter unwanted visitors, and then leads Vegeta to meet their elder. The elder, named Pabara, mistakenly believes Iriko is Vegeta and proceeds to converse with him, although he's soon corrected. Vegeta clarifies the situation to Pabara, expressing his desire to defeat Moro and hoping to acquire a new technique. Pabara, however, informs Vegeta that Yardratians focus only on a single technique called Spirit Control, as they're a relatively weak race. They demonstrate some of these abilities, including instant transmission, multiform, and gigantification, which involves manipulating their own spirits to shift, split, and grow. The Elder states that should Vegeta study how the spirit functions, he'll be able to do the same, and Vegeta expresses a desire to learn Spirit Control. A few days later, Goku and Mirror embark on training on another planet. Meanwhile, time passes at the Galactic Patrol HQ, and with Goku, Mirror, and Vegeta absent, the Galactic King suggests recruiting new special members for the Galactic Patrol. He inquires with Jocko about Piccolo, the warrior from the Universe 6 tournament they'd attended in the past. At the lookout, Piccolo attempts telepathic communication with someone on New Namek, unaware of the planet's destruction by Moro, but wary that something awful has happened. Meanwhile, the Macaroni gang arrives on Earth in search of Blue Aurum. Piccolo senses their approach and informs Dende. However, Piccolo doesn't seem worried, as he states their energy signatures are weak. Moments later in a rocky plain, Piccolo confronts the group as they're searching for a place to land. Noticing Piccolo, the gang use their ship's weapons to attack him, but he evades the gunfire and lands on top of their ship, admonishing them for their rudeness. Meanwhile, Bulma, accompanied by Hercule and Bola, arrive at the lookout in search of Piccolo. Apparently, Jocko had called to inform her that he was on his way to Earth to recruit Piccolo into the Galactic Patrol. Back on the battlefield, Piccolo makes quick work of the Macaroni gang, surprising them as they had no idea someone this strong lived on Earth. After Jocko explains the situation via communicator at the lookout, he tells Bulma to gather Gohan, Krillin, and Tien in preparation for his arrival. He goes on to say that if Moro catches wind of Earth anytime soon, he'll make his way there to steal its energy. Meanwhile, Piccolo questions the now restrained Macaroni gang, suspecting their connection to the cosmic disturbances. The gang attempts to deceive Piccolo by pretending to be innocent travelers. However, they secretly plan to inform Moro about the Earth and the opportunity opportunity to steal Blue Aurum. Convinced that they're not involved after all, Piccolo releases the group and warns
Alright,
them
guys,
to
I'm
never
gonna end this
return
video.
to Earth again. As they depart, Bulma
It's
and Dende
4:51
approach
a.m.
Piccolo in the
Time to
ship,
go to bed.
with Dende
Give the
urging
video a
Piccolo
thumbs
to
up,
capture the
subscribe, and I'll see you
gang
guys
as they're
tomorrow.
allied with those
Have
causing
yourself a good
trouble.
night.
Piccolo shoots down the Macarini gang ship and captures them again, but he's informed that it's too late as the gang already alerted Moro's main forces. In space, Saganbo receives a distress signal from the Macarini gang, prompting Moro to dispatch a stronger scouting party to investigate. Meanwhile, Goku and Miras begin their training, with Miras wielding a staff and gaining the upper hand. Goku mentions that to acquire his desired ability, he needs to clear his mind and heart, but this proves challenging during